Chapter 1. The Vanishing Century. The century begins in a station that smells like coal and bread. Boards clap under shoes. A timetable coughs its numbers. Someone's suitcase leaks a ribbon the color of childhood. If you are the kind of person who counts names, faces, bodies streaming toward trains and ships, and jobs, you might try to tally them. But the 20th century is already taller than your abacus. It opens with migration as its first sentence and ends with databases whispering replies to questions we didn't know how to ask. And in the long middle lies a quiet absence. Girls who left kitchens and alleys and tenements, who step into factories and foster homes and troop trains and boarding houses and city nights, and then out of the records. This is their prologue, held gently, with no sensational light, only the soft lamp of memory. Quick fourth wall confession. Tonight we will not chase monsters. We will chase paper, silence, and the way a life can be misfiled by history and then misremembered by the rest of us. Call them the Lost Girls. If title we must, a phrase that should arrive with a bow of respect. Not tragic heroines, not headlines, not the lurid narratives that turn a person into a plot twist. They are the seamstresses whose time cards ended in June and never started again. The student who changed her name at the depot so her accent could breathe. The traveler whose last postcard reads, "Made it to the city." Don't worry. The daughter who married a war and divorced a country. The girl who was moved, renamed, and told the new name was hers. No gore, no spectacle, just the ordinary magic by which a person slipped out of one ledger and never made it, legibly, into the next. Let's take a breath on the platform. The year is not important. Choose any between 1900 and 1999, and your lungs will fill with the same mixture of damp newspaper, cinders, and expectation. A mother straightens a hat. A factory agent checks a list, then mispronounces it. A girl, 15 or 25, the age is elastic under hunger, runs a thumb along a ticket's serrated edge and feels brave because the paper itself is brave. You and I might want to ask her every careful question. Where are you going? Who will meet you? What is the name you will give the boarding house keeper? Will you write? But the train does not wait for questions, and neither did the century. It specialized in movement faster than address books could bear. We could make a mosaic of the places where vanishing was easiest, really, where record-keeping was weakest and the wind was strong. Start with the factory wards of early industrial cities, where women chained time to looms and conveyors and learned that heat could be a job. Clocks punched, wages folded into aprons. Then, after payday, a portion of those women did not return. Sometimes it was marriage, sometimes a better factory, sometimes a cousin's spare bed 3 boroughs away. Sometimes it was a different city entirely, made reachable by a new rail line and an advertisement promising clean air and good wages. From the perspective of the ledger, the effect was the same. The line stops. The absence is factual, not ominous. And yet, where did she sleep that first night? And who remembered her name correctly enough to call it in the morning? Sail across to the ports, Ellis Island, Pier 21, Tilbury, and watch the carbon paper multiply identities like shadows. Names are converted to the official dialect. Ages are rounded to please a clerk. Origins are simplified so a file can breathe. A 14-year-old becomes 16 to make a job possible. A Polish Jadwiga becomes an American Hedwig, and then an Edith because landlords respect Ediths. A record says, female, single, domestic servant. a category so broad it might as well be a horizon. Later, a census asks for her again. If she does not answer, is she lost? Or merely renamed between the corners of a block that doesn't count as a map? There are institutions that counted bodies, but not stories. Orphanages gave children numbers and beds, and sometimes new birthdays. Reform schools replaced mischief with laundry. Convents gifted silence and a different kind of name. Psychiatric hospitals offered diagnoses that would later read like strange weather reports, low-pressure systems in a nervous sky, and women were recorded as conditions rather than biographies. You won't find violence here in our telling. You will find a hallway that smells of carbolic and a ledger that loves columns more than people. The girls in those ledgers could be released or transferred or married or simply marked no longer in residence. And then what? A city is very good at losing someone who does not own a front door. War arrives twice and takes attendance with a rough hand. In World War I, telegraphs scissor families into before and after, whole villages pour into trains heading west or east, and languages tangle like thread in a pocket. Women take jobs labeled temporary, and then discover the future left a label on. The Spanish influenza sketches long, quiet lines through boarding houses and farm kitchens. We will not dramatize. We will simply admit that paper ran out of breath. In World War II, the displacement grows to planetary scale. Bombing raids misfile families overnight. Borders redraw themselves like moody rivers. Camps, refugee, labor, internment issue papers that belong to the camp more than the person. Afterward, resettlement offices tried to graft lives onto new maps. Canada, Australia, Argentina, Palestine, the United States. A woman boards a ship as Zofia and disembarks as Sophie with a birth date that spares her questions and an age that earns her work. She isn't lost. She is newly legible, but only to the bureaucracy that met her at the dock. To the cousin looking for Zofia back in Woch, she is gone. If you want a softer room, step into a boarding house in 1932. It sells of starch and coal and the onions someone is always frying. A notice board offers jobs in elegant penmanship. Girl for shop. Girl for house. Girl for light factory work. The landlady keeps a ledger in which girls become lines of neat script. Anita, 3 weeks, paid in full. May, 1 week, cousin coming. Rosita, 2 days, left key. The door sighs a little when it opens. Sometimes the girls also leave sighs when they go a teacup, a scarf, a note that says thank you and nothing else. Imagine the day the landlady opens a drawer and finds a locket with no portrait. Imagine how careful she is with the latch, as if the person might be trapped inside the door and not outside it in a different city by now. The century loves glamour as much as it loves soot. There are studios and magazines and casting offices where a girl's face becomes a possibility that other people place bets on. Modeling agencies in the 50s and 60s write up their hopefuls on index cards, measurements, hair color, a note about presence. And they also write, left town. When the jobs go quiet. Hollywood keeps headshots in files, labeled maybe, which is a very long word when you're standing in a hallway in borrowed heels. Most find other lives, secretaries, ad copywriters, teachers, mothers, women who changed apartments when the lease expired and left no forwarding address except the future. Some fall out of the city like a button bouncing into a gutter where a bus ticket waits, purchased with hope and a last check. Our camera, minding YouTube's rules, will not follow them into danger. It will linger at the phone booth where a girl leans her head against glass and chooses which version of herself to call that night. There is a rural disappearing, too quieter, the sound of a truck that coughs once and catches the road. County fairs, harvest seasons, counties that pronounce their own names wrong on purpose because it keeps outsiders from feeling too comfortable. A daughter drives too. Help auntie. And stays to help a man who needs a wife more than a conversation. Another catches a ride with a friend to a town 2 hours away and discovers you can be a stranger even where the soil smells like your childhood. Missing persons reports in small towns read like apologies. She left willingly. She always said she'd go. She may be with friends. The report is filed because someone loves her enough to persist. The search is quiet because the world is loud elsewhere. The middle of the century invents television and then invents fear with it, not out of malice but out of ratings. A black and white anchor speaks of a missing girl. And a nation learns a new ritual: check locks, check windows, check the child in the next room, even though she is snoring into her pillow and dreaming of Saturday's parade. The phrase, stranger, danger, enters the language and stands at the door like an overzealous doorman who forgets that most harm comes from insiders, not guests. We won't lecture, but we'll admit that the camera often followed the most photogenic story, not the most representative one. Girls from reservations, barrios, project blocks, and border towns were less likely to be televised and more likely to be filed. A name on paper does not glow the way a face on a screen does. The unfairness of that will haunt the later chapters. We should say a kind word for clerks, underpaid, unsung historians of the everyday. A woman in a county office, hair pinned up against August, reads hand-lettered forms until the vowels blur. She does not know she is the guardian of 100 small resurrections. She just knows that if she chooses to care, a name can be spelled the same way twice. When she retires, a decade of careful sameness retires with her, and the girls who traveled through her fingers are safer in the archive than most. Later, when databases sip those records into lines of code, they carry with them the warmth of her attention. If people are kept by anything, it is often the patience of strangers paid by the hour. By the late 20th century, DNA takes a seat at the table. It speaks softly at first, then with confidence, then with the kind of authority that convinces the room. Unnamed remains in quiet plots. Jane does. With numbers instead of the nicknames they once hated, begin to send messages through cotton swabs and cheek cells. Family trees rediscover lost branches. Half-sisters meet in diners that smell like coffee and a fresh beginning. Not every story ends with a reunion. Some end with a record corrected, a headstone engraved, a family finally able to say the name in past tense without feeling like traitors to hope. This is not a chapter of endings. It is a chapter of tethers, threads, thrown backward from the end of the century to the beginning, catching on collars and sleeves, and the hems of dresses we thought we had already put away. Pause with me, break the wall, for a deliberate moment. You may be asking, isn't this morbid? Isn't sleep for gentler things? I would argue this is the gentlest way to meet a hard subject. At the level of paperwork and weather, trains and timetables, the starch of an apron and the warm smell of a bakery where someone stands at the corner just long enough to be seen. We keep everything YouTube safe by default. No gore, no lurid adjectives, no grim inventory. We tell the story the way a librarian might, dates, patterns, context, and a soft voice that doesn't wake the household. And we keep a hand on the banister of compassion. No one in these pages is a device. Everyone is a person whose favorite song played somewhere, once, on a radio that didn't know it was doing something holy. Let's collect some motifs, because history loves echoes. There is the paper trail that never meets itself at the ends. Birth certificate in one county, marriage license in another, a paycheck stub in a third, and then a quiet that could be contentment or calamity. There is renaming, both chosen and assigned, which can feel like liberation and erasure in the same breath. There is movement westward, cityward, outward until the person becomes a dot in someone else's memory. There is silence, the kind families keep like a relic because they would rather sanctify mystery than pick at it. And there is work, always work, because most girls are not lost to adventure, they are lost to schedules. In a century that gave us both mass literacy and mass forgetting, it's worth noting the tools that saved the most people from vanishing. Letters carefully kept, photographs labeled on the back, church registers, union rolls, school rosters, and the invisible habit of saying a full name out loud at holidays, because little ears will memorize whatever is repeated with enough pie. There's nothing cinematic about that list. That's exactly why it works. The scariest things in history thrive on spectacle. The antidote is clerical. We should step into a kitchen, choose a year, choose a city. The kettle is loud. A girl writes home on a cheap postcard whose ink makes a halo on her fingers. Dear Mama, she begins, and then she pauses because how do you narrate a life you are busy inventing? She tells the truth you can tell, that the streets smell like rain and saber-toothed streetcars, that the forewoman is not unkind, that the landlady keeps a bowl of hard candy nobody admits to liking and everybody consumes, that a nice boy said something about the movies and she said something about Sunday, and both pretended to understand the conditions. She does not write about fear because she is managing it with lists, laundry, payday, church, send money, buy new stockings. Later, if the letters stop, it may mean happiness. It may mean anything. The mailbox is the worst detective in the world. We have time before the chapter ends to honor the families who looked and the communities who remembered, even when the world suggested it was untidy to keep asking. In coal towns and border towns, on reservations, and in neighborhoods where landlords learned your name because they needed it for the lease, people carried other people's descriptions in their heads. Barbers and bus drivers and bartenders acted as walking bulletin boards. A woman could be found because her laugh sounded like a glass bottle rolling under a porch, and someone on the block could testify to it. When those neighborhoods were raised, urban renewal, highway construction, blight removal, the notice boards vanished with the houses. That is an injury we do not dramatize. We simply note a consequence. The informal archive dissolved, and more girls disappeared into the unobserved distance between institutions. All of which brings us to the title again. What happened to the lost girls of the 20th century? Some married and lived in houses whose curtains learned their names. Some became matriarchs with a talent for soups that rescue Thursdays from despair. Some built unions and marched and took minutes while history photographed someone else on the megaphone. Some vanished in ways we can name now: violence we will not narrate, harm we will not dwell on, and to them we owe the gravest voice and the firmest work. Some reappeared in the late 1990s because a lab in another state said, almost shyly, "This bone knows a song." Many were never missing. They were simply misshelved, and the library of the century is still reshelving as fast as it can. A final image, gentle and precise, a room at night, safe and ordinary. On the table, a shoebox full of photographs, the kind with scalloped edges that hold shadows like secrets. A woman granddaughter perhaps turns one over and reads a name in pencil, half rubbed by time. She says it out loud because the kitchen asks her to. In that utterance, a small resurrection occurs, nothing dramatic, just a room that becomes less empty. This is the work of the chapters to come, to make rooms less empty, to follow the trains into cities and the papers into drawers, to lay out the geography of a century in which so many arrived, departed, and paused between worlds long enough to be forgotten by the ledgers that promised to remember them. We will visit factories and dormitories, orphan trains and ports, studios and highways, institutions and homes. We will keep our voice soft, our curiosity awake, and our ethics showing. We will ask hard questions only after we have set the table with context and tea. Shall we go on? The platform is still here, the air still tastes like iron and hope, and somewhere a whistle is telling us the schedule has begun. Bring your pencil. Bring the tenderness you save for old photographs. Most of all, bring the patience to read a ledger backwards and forwards until the names start to talk. Chapter 2. Factories and Fading Ribbons. Morning arrives like a whistle, you can see. Gray light squeezes through brick and sash. Lint floats in the air like confetti that forgot the party. 100 pairs of shoes take the same first step at the same second because the clock on the wall is the loudest voice in the room. This is the Century's Engine House textile floors in Manchester and Woolwich shirtwaist lofts on New York's Green Street, hosiery rooms in Philadelphia, match and hat works in Paris, silk reeling sheds in Yokohama, and the air smells of oil, soap, starch, and warm belts. A girl ties back her hair with a ribbon that started life as pride and will end the day the color of dust. If you listen with your eyes closed, you can tell the department by the soundscape, the staccato of sewing heads, thrum of carting engines, the tick of a time clock swallowing paper tongues at the door. The 20th century collects girls not by name, but by shift, A, B, and sometimes the illegal C that pretends it belongs to no one. Who gets counted here? A foreman's ledger will say. Operatives female, 43. And beneath it, boys, 9. The ledger loves the plural. But our story is singular. A seamstress who writes her first paycheck amount on the envelope in a curly hand, a spinner who sings to herself in time with the frames, a press girl who knows which iron is temperamental and talks to it kindly. These are not anonymous silhouettes. They are deliberate people. It's just that the room is better at archiving output than identity. Break the fourth wall with me for a beat. You can feel, even now, the administrative shrug that makes a person misplaceable. Statistics are elegant. Edith is complicated. The places where girls vanished without leaving town were often the most carefully organized: the time office, the boarding house, the employment bureau. At the time office, a clerk stamps in cards with a sound like an opinion. If a card stops appearing, no alarm rings. A tidy hand writes, "Quit," or "Married," or simply leaves a blank that looks, to us, much later, like a small snowfall. At the boarding house, the landlady's ledger is kinder. May, paid. Rosalia, cousin came for her. Yuki, left key. But it is still a book of endings. At the employment bureau, a girl's name slides out of one index card drawer and into another labeled "placed" or no longer searching. She goes on, existing, richly, in rooms we are not in. The paperwork merely stops narrating. Industrial cities ate names and gave back categories. In New York's waste factories, immigrant daughters stitched 16 hours in air that tasted of chalk, starch, and ambition. They learned a vocabulary the census loved: operator, finisher, buttonhole, basters. On payday Fridays, The elevator groaned like a friendly animal and let them spill into the street with envelopes warm from someone's hand. A few left in their absence made no sound, back to family in Newark, west to an aunt in Chicago, into domestic service uptown where wages were steady and hours were long because rich people go to bed late. We, with our hunger for closures, want to tug at every loose thread. But many disappearances were ordinary migrations: a better room, a calmer boss, the decision to be Edith instead of Jadwiga, because landlords respected Ediths, and letters from home could still be addressed to my girl. Here is a garment floor at 10A. Mem. New York City, 1909. The forewoman keeps a pencil behind her ear, the way a man keeps a cigar. Sunlight climbs the opposite wall in a slow trapezoid. Someone tells a joke about a fiancé as a way to measure whether she is ready to say yes to the forewoman's request for overtime. A poster on the stairwell door says, "Meeting tonight, Union." After the uprising of 20,000 more girls, know the powers of walking out and walking back in under better terms. Some names reach newspapers for a week. Most ride home in streetcars scented with damp wool and relief. The ones who move to another shop don't forward their identity papers to us. They owe history nothing but their rent. Across the ocean, watch runs on cotton and willpower. The factory gates mouth entire parades every morning. In the spinning rooms, Polish, Yiddish, German, and Russian braid themselves into a shared grammar of "don't catch your sleeve, keep your ribbon high, save your voice for the whistle." A girl's card reads Zofia in one file and Sophie in another, and that alone can hide her from any cousin trying to find her across a border that recently changed its mind. She might marry a carpenter, migrate to a textile mill in Białystok or Bremen, or board a ship with a two-line name that Ellis Island will politely reduce to one. Elsewhere the rooms are different, but the logic rhymes. In Yokohama and Nagano, silk reelers with fingers made miracle quick by hunger and practice feed cocoons to shivering machines while steam lifts their hair in tender curls. In Bombay, Mumbai, cotton mills beat time until workers' teeth carry the rhythm home. In Lodz or Shanghai, a girl leaves for a sister factory across town, and the foreman gives the inspector a number rather than a forwarding address. In Osaka, dormitory life shapes weeks into rotations of work and wash, prayer, and errands. Leaving is as simple as packing your straw mat and saying to a friend, "Write if you can find me." That last clause is the century's unofficial chorus. And then, because the century insists on spectacle, even when we keep the lens, gentle disaster punctures the floor we're standing on. We will say only what we must, without gore. A fire in a New York loft teaches laws to climb stairs and make doors swing out. Sirens write their alarms across the rooftops, and families read the names in papers for days, then years. The public learns the phrase fire escape the hard way. Legislators learned the difference between charity and inspection. The girls who are named become symbols. The ones who changed shops the week before are not symbols of anything. They are simply alive in a city that has more work than windows. The lost. In this episode are not all gone. Many are misshelved in the record because a boss folded a time card into a pocket and never returned it to the rack. Elsewhere, the room glows in unearthly color radium dial studios in New Jersey and Illinois in the 1910s and 1920s, where women painted numerals with more care than the century had yet learned to return. We won't narrate illness. We will notice skill, the steady hand, the patience, the pride when a watch face shone like a tiny moon. Some left those studios early, and their names did not make history. They got married, moved, taught school, opened shops. Others stayed and later stood at the edge of reform with the steady anger that teaches courts new vocabulary. In our ledger of lost, many of these women are present tense in their own kitchens for decades. History's habit of forgetting their names because they became wives or because they left the city looks from here like a clerical error in the library of memory. World War I turns factory women into workers. The state itself must count. Munitionettes in Britain leave lines each night with skin stained yellow from TNT Canary Girls, nicknamed with affection and unease. In France and Germany, in the Austro-Hungarian factories swallowed by maps that reprint themselves, women add their names to lists that call them essential. After the armistice, the lists end. The memory of the names does not. Some women go back to kitchens. Some remain at lathes and looms. Some are told to vacate posts for men returning from war. The absence that follows isn't sinister. It is unglamorous. A person who goes from wage work to household labor is still working. She is more likely to be uncounted. That's one way girls become lost to history, not by vanishing, but by changing categories. Take a small detour to a company mill village in the American South, 1925. The houses are wooden, painted in 2 shades of thrift. Laundry carries the social news between porches. Pay is kept in little brown envelopes, easier to hide than to spend. A girl who marries a loom fixer 2 streets over moves exactly 4 minutes closer to the whistle. The census in 1930 will list her as wife of, and the occupation line goes blank. If she leaves the village, she leaves its ledgers. The company store clerk knows her favorite kind of thread and will remember it until he doesn't. The rest of the world will not learn she existed until a granddaughter finds a box of ribbons that smell like soap and sunlight and asks a question at the kitchen table. The most powerful archive we have. In big cities, the YWCA and settlement houses try to put names into rooms that can keep them. A girl pays for a bed in a dormitory that smells like soap, paste, and ambition. A bulletin board lists typing classes, English at night, club, this Thursday. The notice for situations wanted domestic. Has neat tear-off tabs. A social worker writes the girl's name in a ledger that loves its columns, then asks if the family should be notified of the move. Sometimes the answer is no, not because of shame, but because that family is 2 oceans away and letters take a season to arrive. In our kinder version of the century, no one pries. The dormitory teaches civics better than many parliaments. Share the sink, label the milk, don't steal food or futures. Girls leave for jobs, for marriage, for rooms of their own. The ledger catches most of them. Not all. The city directory, that fat phone book ancestor, is a historian with a stutter. It lists S. Alvarez, operator, E. Bennett, stenographer, M. Choi, finisher, and then the address changes, the job changes, the initial expands or collapses. If M. Choi starts signing Margaret because it gets her a faster interview, the directory misfiles her. If S. Alvarez marries and becomes S. Morales, the listing needs a year to catch up. When the year forgets, so do we. A genealogist in 2025 will learn to read around the edges, to look for neighbors who traveled as a flock, to follow church rosters and union minutes, those unglamorous genres where a secretary's devotion gives a stranger back her name. Mid-century geography shifts the factory map. In the U.S. Mills drifts south. The garment trade rides elevators into Los Angeles, where daylight and cheap floors turn warehouses into shoebox universes of thread and radio. In Europe, reconstruction erects modern plants with glass and optimism. In Eastern Europe, state combines standardized wages and file the same hard corners on different lives. In Latin America and across Asia, the century's last third sows for the world. In each place, a girl arrives at a gate with a ribbon in her pocket and an address recited so many times it has become poetry. Some will switch factories. Some will board buses home in the rain with their heads pressed to the cold pane where cities become sentences. Some will marry. Some will leave the workrooms for classrooms and accounts. The paperwork will do what it always does: classify, misclassify, lose, rediscover. A quieter story lives under the machine's noise: letters. In drawers, in tins, beneath towels. Dear Mama, I am well. Dear sister, tell Papa when I'm on nights, do not worry. Dear friend, the forewoman is less fierce than she appears. I pretend to be fierce in reply. When the letters stop, the mind writes what it fears or hopes. Our YouTube-safe vow prevents us from inventing calamities. We will not. We will invent courtesies instead. The neighbor who knocks to say she moved to a better job, the landlady who forwards a postcard, the floor girl who hears a rumor and decides truth is better, goes to the address herself, and comes back with a smile that loosens everyone's shoulders. Institutionally, the century tries to improve its counting. Social Security numbers in the U.S. Resident registries elsewhere, national insurance, workbooks stamped with job histories. These are nets under the circus wire of mobility. But even a net with small squares lets through a person who chooses to rename. An Anita becomes Nina, an Oksana becomes Sana, a Maria becomes Mary, and then Maria again when the neighborhood changes, and then Maria at church, and Mary at the bank. The file prefers smooth identities. People prefer comfortable ones. A lost girl is often just a girl who learned to be comfortable in a room a file manager never visited. If you need a case to hold in your palm, take this composite, a collage of 1,000 truths, without borrowing any one woman whole. Anna, a name as generous as bread, arrives in 1911 with a cousin's address on Rivington Street. She sews for 2 years, joins a walkout, learns to say. Contract. Like an incantation, changes jobs 2 buildings over. Boards with Edith, then with Rosa, then with a widow who keeps hard candy no one admits liking. In 1914, she becomes Anne on a payroll sheet because the company bookkeeper tires of exotic vowels. In 1916, she marries a man who sells linoleum and moves to Bayonne because the ferry is patient with new families. By 1920, the census lists her as wife. By 1930, the line for occupation is a dash, as elegant as an M dash in a poem. We, searching backward, might call her lost. She would call herself busy. A second composite, later, May, in Los Angeles, 1954, trims thread, ends in shop, lit like a dawn that forgot to blush. She lives 3 girls to a room north of Alameda, sends money orders home, studies English at night school, and keeps a small notebook of words that behave. In 1957, she moves 2 blocks, and the city directory misprints the street. In 1958, she marries. In 1961, she opens a tiny alterations business that smells like steam and starch and Saturday tuxedos. Her name appears that year in a church bulletin, and in a landlord's file, and in a child's enrollment card. It does not appear in the archive we happen to check today. That is not tragedy. It is scale. Now, a soft aside, because you might be wondering, how does a person become Lost. Without danger? Answer: mismatched paperwork. The age quietly adjusted to fit a job. The surname clipped or doubled, the hyphen introduced or retired, the diacritics dropped by a typewriter that didn't learn them. The marriage that changed a last name at noon. The move across a precinct line that handed her to a different set of clerks with different assumptions. The church that spelled her the way it had always loved to, and the bank that preferred economy and vowels. None of this is sinister. All of it is sufficient. We should honor, in the same breath, the things that found women again. Union rolls where a secretary wrote everyone's name with the care of an aunt. Hospital admission logs where a nurse fought the urge to round a birth date because she respected a person's truth. School rosters where a teacher added a note. Sister works nights, child often sleepy, that now helps a grandchild read a life. City newspapers that printed club notes and cake sale thank yous, naming women in the middle voice of community, not heroes, not victims, just present. The chapter's title promised ribbons, and we should return to them. They were not merely charming, they were utility. Hair tied back to keep it from the bobbins. Identity asserted in a room that flattened differences, a small color, in a landscape of sepia. At the end of the day, the ribbon faded. It went from cherry to rose to ash in a week. It lived in pockets and around mirror posts, and sometimes on nails above the sink. A lost ribbon is not a metaphor for a lost girl. It is a souvenir of presence. When we open a box in an attic and a strip of fabric falls like a sigh, the correct response is not to write a mystery, but to say, aloud, someone tied this every morning and made the room safer by doing it. One last walk through the room before we go. The whistle has called, the belts are slowing, the lint drifts, and then remembers gravity. Girls, women, let's say the grown word button cardigans, put coins into little purses that click like tiny doors, stand in stairwells under a poster that says, "Safety saves," and talk about bread and movie houses and a cousin who is thinking of coming over if the paper arrives in time. Outside, the streetcar complains its way toward the stop. Inside, the forewoman writes tomorrow's numbers with a ruler and a clear gaze. If a girl does not come back tomorrow, she may be in the next building, on the next shift, in the next city. If we cannot follow, it is not because she is a ghost. It is because our shoes are slower than her life. Fourth wall, final question. Are they lost, or are we late to the archive? Perhaps the kindest way to read the century is to assume movement and renaming until proven otherwise, to suspect happiness as readily as harm, to search ledgers sideways through neighbors and clubs and directories, and the backs of photographs where the pencil left a groove deeper than ink. The factory kept the world clothed. The girls kept the factory human. When we cannot find them, we can still keep faith with their days, arrive on time, do the work with care, tie back what could catch, and leave the door open thumbs width for the ones who will follow. When you step back out into the street, the air smells of starch, smoke, and a bakery somewhere doing its shift with butter. You could follow that smell into the rest of the century, onto orphan trains, into stations, down highways that will try to make absence look like adventure. We will. But for tonight, put the ribbon in your pocket as a bookmark. It is not evidence of a disappearance. It is proof that somebody was here, on time, useful, and luminous in a very practical way. Chapter 3: The Orphan Trains and Runaway Hearts. The whistle is too big for the children, it calls. Coal breath rides the platform, oranges and newsprint tussle for the same square of air. A row of little coats, each with a card pinned near the heart, waits under the eyes of adults who are trying to be both kind and efficient. If the century had a lullaby for the lost, it would sound like this station, the orphan train, or rather the trains, plural, pulling out of New York, Boston, and other cities from the late 19th century into the early decades of the 20th. Carrying boys and girls toward farms and towns that promised room, chores, and something labeled home. Tonight we ride with the girls, gently, with our camera pointed not at harm, but at paper, process, and the quiet ways a life can be renamed by the time the ticket meets the conductor's hand. Before the train, there was a doorstep. A foundling, left under a church awning, because the night was colder than the mother's options. A child surrendered at a charity office, where the clerk spoke softly and wrote quickly. A sister and brother handed to a matron because a fever had edited the household ledger, and the rent would not wait. Agencies: Children's Aid, New York Foundling, Florence Crittenton, Jewish and Protestant societies, Catholic orders grew into the city like ligaments, trying to hold together what poverty, prejudice, and bad luck kept insisting on tearing. Their files are careful and also thin. A first name, a street, a month, and a guess at a year. A note: mother Irish, father unknown. Another: parents living but separated, child surrendered for moral protection. We will not enlarge that last phrase with lurid light. We will simply note how often it appears, a decorous label for an untidy century. On the platform, a matron arranges children by height so they will photograph into a narrative donors can understand. Before crowded tenements, after open country, wholesome labor. The camera, square and patient, clicks. A pin-scratched note on the back of the print reads names that will not keep: Annie, Maggie, Rosie, or perhaps Anna, Margarita, Rosa. Vowels softened to travel better. The girls wear their best borrowed ribboned hats that have known other heads, collars starched by the practiced hands of women who boil hope along with shirts. They have been told what to do: speak up, say your catechism if asked, curtsy if you are Catholic, do not forget the sign of the cross. If you are not, do not borrow it. Tell the truth about your age even if the number feels too small to get work. Are you worried they will forget? They won't. Children are better at memorizing rules than adults are at following them. The ride west is a geography lesson. You can smell coal, bread, cinders, then hay, then apple peel drying on a kitchen chair in a town where the train exhales and 100 eyes measure a dozen little hearts. The selection ritual, depending on time and town, could feel like a charity bazaar or an auction without money. A church hall. A depot platform. A line of children asked to sing or recite or simply turn around so boots and aprons can appraise future chores. Some families arrive with goodness coiled inside them like a spring. Others arrive with need and no training in gentleness. A farmer's wife with red hands says, "We'll take the small one, she'll be company," and means it. Another points to the taller girl and says, "She can manage the pump," and may mean that too. The matron keeps a book. She writes the family name, the town, the child placed. She tucks a carbon into a pouch for the office back east. She pins an address to a sleeve in case the family changes its mind after the first week, and returns the child to the depot like a parcel, which happened. We won't dramatize. We will hold the fact with care. How do girls go missing inside a process that wrote things down? Gently, through renaming. Mary becomes May, and then May, to match the tastes of a household where vowels are fewer. Katharina releases syllables until Kate fits the ledger. A Catholic Bridget placed with a Protestant family becomes Biddy in a kitchen that thinks teasing equals welcome. Later, marriages layer surnames like Quilts. Mary O'Rourke, placed in Iowa, becomes May Carter at 16 in Missouri. C. Harlan on a Dry County's deed at 25. If a sister was placed separately and searches for Mary O'Rourke in a county where May never learned to spell it the old way, what then? The agency file says placed to Mr. and Mrs. Carter wrote in 1908, lost contact, 1910. That last line is our thesis in miniature. Not every journey went west. The century also shipped children north and overseas in schemes that mixed philanthropy with the empire's tidy handwriting. Home children, from Britain to Canada, in the tens of thousands, sometimes cherished, sometimes worked too hard, often renamed by practical tongues. Later, child migrants to Australia. For war years, Britain's evacuations sent city children into country parlors that smelled like beeswax, and rules most returned, some did not, for reasons no more dramatic than paperwork and preference. Quebec's Duplessis era labeled some children as patients rather than pupils because funds followed diagnoses. Their records read like weather reports. Again, we keep the lens on files, not fright. The girls who vanished into these lines often reappear in church registers, school photograph captions, marriage bans, and the backs of postcards where a cousin wrote a new address in a careful hand, as if hand itself could be a bridge. Between the trains and the kitchens lies the road where runaways walked. Some left institutions that preached correction more than kindness. Some slipped out of tenements with a ribbon and a coin and a plan that fit on a piece of paper, to Auntie, to the pictures, to the state fair, and then decide. A station agent remembers selling a ticket to Miss June, who was plainly not June. A boarding house matron recalls the girl who asked for a room facing the street so she could see the life she was choosing to join. Juvenile courts, new inventions with probation embossed on brass, collected these stories with a calm that hid urgency. Girl of good character, left home, placed in service, to be visited. And then transferred to another county, record closed. Close enough to hide a life. Close enough to break a researcher's pencil decades later. We should visit, with the tenderness of a good aunt, one kitchen where placement worked as intended because history is honest when it includes the ordinary mercy. A girl, let's call her Lena, a name soft enough to travel, stands at a table that smells like flour and lye soap. The farmer's wife teaches her the secrets of yeast and the diplomacy of neighbors. The farmer teaches her the weather by smell and the arithmetic of bushels. At night, Lena unpins her card and tucks it in a Bible, as if scripture begins with her new location. In spring, she writes a letter back to the matron with the practical poetry of the season. Calves came early. I have a cat, Miss S. Says my handwriting improves. She will marry the boy up the road, whose laugh sounds like split kindling. She will name a daughter May, because that was scripted on her pinned card, and it feels like making a promise to the earlier version of herself. We lose her in the archive when the census calls her Mrs. John, but she is not lost in the room where her pie cools. And we should visit carefully a placement that wandered. Maggie Margaret, on paper, goes first to a home where the chores are heavier than promised and the words thinner. The matron's visiting schedule slips, roads flood, the family moves without filing a change of address. Maggie borrows courage from another girl and walks to the next town with a story that runs like a creek, not straight, exactly, but heading somewhere. The station agent calls the matron. Another family accepts. The ledger is amended with an arrow and 3 words. Removed, new home. And the first line is not erased, because the office believes in keeping draft marks. 50 years later, a granddaughter will find both lines and wonder. Our job is not to fill the blank with fear. It is to honor the arrow, the correction that admitted the first try did not hold. Adoption law in the early 20th century is a language still learning its grammar. Some states seal records as a gift of privacy, others leave papers open to the sunlight of nosy angels, by which I mean aunties. A girl placed informally as a helper. A word that could mean daughter, maid, or both might never receive a court decree that renames her in the eyes of the state. She exists in school rosters, Sunday lists, and the cakewalk winners column of the small-town paper, but not in the courthouse, where a genealogist will later ask for a file that was never created. That is one way the century mislaid its girls, not malice, just procedures as young as the children they described. There are tools that rescued names from the train's long echo. Baptismal registers with priests who loved diacritics and would not surrender them. Teacher-grade books kept in desk drawers long after retirement, their pages, a forest of careful cursive, Annie placed to McIntyre, Minnie now with Miss S. Green, Rosa has a talent for sums, breadcrumbs with ink. County fair ribbons, printed with first names, and the year a pie was judged. Fine. Union minutes where a young woman, now grown, moves a motion, and a secretary of uncommon devotion spells her surname exactly as she said it. A photograph with scalloped edges, labeled on the back, May Lena's Girl 1932, first day of school, dress Aunt Hattie sent. That one line ties the pinned card on the platform to a lunch pail 50 miles and 20 years away. This is how rooms become less empty. Global echoes hum under the American saga. In Liverpool and London, children rode not west but north to Glasgow, or across to Canada. In Rome, abandoned infants once slipped into foundling wheels older practice. But the paperwork culture lingered in 20th century ospedali, where babies were baptized with names that sounded like hope and then fostered with names that fit the street. In Sydney and Melbourne, British child migrants learned new sons and old rules. The girls who thrived wrote letters with sunburned optimism. The girls who struggled often did so in the passive voice of files, transferred, reassigned, employment secured. Again, we keep the camera on process and policy, not on bruises. We honor the adults who made second and third visits. We note the years when budgets did not. Break the fourth wall with me for a question that the platform still asks: were they lost because they left or because we stopped looking where they went? The kindest answer is both, sometimes. A child leaves a city with a pinned address. The city changes names on its streets. The Count Courthouse burns in 1912 and takes the adoption docket with it. A girl arrives in a kitchen that believes in quiet. The state, convinced it is protecting her, seals her origin and hands her the grace and the burden of a fresh start. Decades later, a grandson swabs his cheek, a database hums, a match lights in a state 3 over, 2 women meet in a diner that smells like coffee, and the possibility of forgiveness. Not every story circles back. Enough do to make breakfast feel like a sacrament. Let's end our ride in a church basement where tomorrow's train is being prepared tonight. Women fold shirts the size of their own sorrows. A caseworker staples letters of introduction to cards that will sit above small hearts. On the table, cookies donated by someone who remembered hunger with a long memory, pencils because school is a bridge, ribbons with pins dulled by a thoughtful hand. A girl watches the door the way a sailor watches a horizon. The matron kneels to the girl's height and says, "You will introduce yourself clearly, and you will tell me later if the room feels wrong." The girl nods like someone practicing citizenship. She does not know that the century has a habit of misplacing people who change rooms. She only knows that the train smells like coal and bread, and that she is going somewhere new. When the whistle calls, the platform briefly believes it is a theater. The townspeople, the clergy, the matrons, the boxes, the camera. But the true play happens later, in kitchens and schoolyards, in the way a name is said aloud over pie and written on the inside of a book. If you want to help the lost girls, even now, practice the choreography the good houses used. Say the full name, label the photo, teach the child to keep small papers, write to the agency with updates, keep the door a thumb's width open for the past, without letting the draft in. The trains have long since stopped, but the century's habit of moving people faster than paperwork can jog still runs. Our job, as drowsy narrators with tidy ethics, is to write the names where the ledger forgot, to assume happiness when the evidence allows it, and to admit we need to check the church book before we pronounce a life missing. The carriages clatter into distance. The station master pockets his watch. On the platform, a ribbon lies like a fallen sentence. We do not make it stand for sorrow. We pick it up, brush off cinders, and tuck it into the book we are writing. Bookmark, souvenir, proof that a small person stood here and belonged to the schedule of the world. Next stop, the ghosts of wars, not ghosts as in fear, but as in the things paperwork cannot chase when borders collect new pronunciations. Bring tea. Bring your softest pencil. The names are waiting. Chapter 4. The Ghosts of Wars. The siren is a vowel the sky can't quite finish. Curtains turn to night. Teacups stop mid-air. A mother's hand settles on a shoulder with a pressure that means down, under, now. Then the all-clear thin as a reed, and then the world returns in pieces. A kettle remembering its job. A clock apologizing with ticks. A child collecting marbles that rolled when the floor learned worry. War does not begin with explosions in this telling. It begins with paper ration books soft as old bread, identity cards that smell faintly of ink and sweaty pockets, a telegram that knocks at a door with a posture too formal to be friendly. In that paper weather, a century misplaces girls, not because it is cruel, though it can be, but because the paperwork cannot run as fast as people trying to remain alive. We can start early. World War I. Uniforms blinking in the camera's first true speed. Trains eating landscapes like a magician's scarf. In city rooms that smell of starch and willpower, women tie hair with certainty and go to munition works and shell factories and canteens that teach them a new grammar of service. They register, they are counted, their pay envelopes grow soft at the corners where pride and rent meet. Then the war pivots to armistice, and bureaucracy inhales, changes ink colors, invents forms named demobilization and repatriation, waves a wand over entire populations, and says back to before, as if before still existed. Girls become women with work histories that no one quite knows what to do with. Some go home. Some keep the machines running in the absence of men. Some marry soldiers' uniforms have always had a talent for proposing. Others are simply reshelved from ledger to letter, from wage slip to grocery list alive, present, suddenly harder to find. Between wars, the map rearranges itself like a moody tablecloth, borders redrawn, city names traded between languages like borrowed coats. LWW becomes Lviv. Danzig studies how to answer to Gdansk. Vilna rehearses Vilnius. Königsberg wakes up Kaliningrad. Salonika learns Thessaloniki. Constantinople practices Istanbul with a sigh and a smile. A girl who was Zofia in a Polish childhood becomes Sophia in Cyrillic, Sophie at a port, Zozia in letters, written by cousins who refuse to let the old vowels go. If you are searching a century later and demand a single name, you will miss her 3 times before you admit that identities bilingual and addresses are temporary. The 1930s add other journeys, quieter but enormous. Civil war in Spain sends Basque children girls with braids and labels pinned to dresses onto ships bound for Britain and France, where convent kitchens and parish halls make space that smells like soap and unfamiliar prayers. Some return when the political weather clears. Some grow entire lives from the soil of a shelter where a volunteer taught them how to say thank you in a new tongue. Elsewhere in Europe, families read weather reports for politics. A hand on a child's head, a decision made in an hour, a suitcase that learns to sit by the door as if it were a pet with good instincts. Then World War II arrives, like a door blown open by a wind you can't argue with. Again, we remain gentle. Instead of cataloging harm, we will listen to paper. Ration cards stamped with a rhythm that fed millions. Passausweis, laissez-passer permission slips for moving through changed space. Evacuation tags hung around the necks of British city children in Operation Pied Piper. Name, school, destination, a thread that says someone intends to find me again. A little girl in a London station grips a case the size of a bread tin. Her gas mask box thumps against her knees. The platform smells like steam, damp wool, oranges, and promises meant in full. She is not lost. She is in transit, and transit is the most honest word the century knows. Across the channel and far beyond, displacement becomes a population, not an incident. Refugees move north, south, west, east, guided by rumor and bridges. Girls tuck birth certificates and family photographs into hems and waistbands because paper is safer against skin than in a pocket. Entire communities learn what it means to become a different nationality at breakfast, thanks to a border that moved overnight. In Eastern Europe, occupied towns hear their names pronounced with new consonants. In the Low Countries in France, children learn to walk a little faster, to answer to two names, the one at school, the one at home. Some children are hidden with false papers and a carefully rehearsed biography that fits in a mouth. Yes, I was born there. Yes, my aunt is. Yes, I know the prayer. We will not dramatize. We will honor the adults who risked paper and breath, and the girls who learned to remember and omit with life-saving accuracy. Elsewhere, the Pacific War writes its own administrative weather. In the United States, Japanese-American families are incarcerated inland under Executive Order 9066. Young women become block captains, schoolgirls, nurses' aides per the camp roster's limited poetry. A girl named Keiko is recorded as Catherine on a high school yearbook page, printed behind barbed wire and wind. Some families change their daughters' names to smooth their future. Fumiko becomes Francis because the grocery store will be kinder. When release comes, the file that says relocated cannot follow the soft places a life must land: church, union hall, a lunch counter that treats nickels as citizenship. Searching backward, you will find Catherine in a yearbook, and Fumi in a grandmother's recipes, and Keiko on the back of a photograph written in a hand that didn't give up on kanji. She isn't lost. She is trilingual in identity. War is also work with new uniforms. Britain's land girls learn hedges and heifers. Rosie the Riveter learns the torque of wrenches and the geometry of rivet lines. Soviet night witches aviators thread biplanes through darkness by feel and star. In factories, from Detroit to Magnitogorsk, from Yokohama to Sydney, girls become women with lanyards and badges, their names written on cloth that catches machine oil and pride. Post-war, many leave the line for kitchens, classrooms, offices. The records say terminated upon demobilization, and erasures masquerade as policy. They didn't vanish. They were moved into uncounted labor. And then the war ends with paperwork so vast it has gravity. Displaced persons, DP camps, hum with family tracing. At folding tables under canvas, caseworkers, UNRRR, IRO, Red Cross, take down names told carefully. A girl, now 19, spells her original surname for the third time that day. Someone writes it in 3 scripts to be safe. Someone else copies it to a tracing request that will cross a continent, looking for a cousin who was last seen behind the phrase. Transported. We will not stand at that door. We will stand at a different one, a loaned typewriter where the clerk presses hard, hoping the carbon will be legible when it reaches Vienna, or Prague, or Paris, or the Arolsen archives that grow like a forest of pages. The Nansen passport, an interwar invention for the stateless, finds new cousins in post-war documents. Resettlement visas bloom like a second spring: Canada, Australia, Argentina, Palestine, the United States. A woman boards a ship as Zofia and disembarks as Sophie, holding a file that insists she was born 2 years earlier because the boat required it. The file is wrong. The person is right. Some girls leave under the tenderest bureaucratic category of all: war bride. A train of young women with suitcases and nerves moves toward a port: Southampton to Halifax, Le Havre to New York, Naples to Sydney. The ship smells of enamel paint and orange peel, save for seasick mornings. At the rail, a friend says, "Write the first week," and the ocean says, "We will see." On arrival, customs gives a crisp new immigration card and a language that will need time. The kitchen at home will give nicknames that replace vowels in a kind way. She writes to her mother for a year, then less. The letters take time that babies borrow. 2 generations later, a granddaughter will search for Giovanna and find Joan, will search for Maria and find Mary and Maria nested together like cups in a cupboard. War carried them. Peace misfiled their names under happily busy. There are other arenas of war that the archive still learns how to approach with reverence. In Asia, girls were coerced into systems euphemized as comfort stations. Their suffering is testimony, not plot. In Europe and North Africa, occupation lurked at markets and curfews. Some girls couriered messages folded to the size of fingernails. Some passed as older, younger, different. We will keep this YouTube gentle. No injury on the page, only the heroism of endurance and the hard fact that violence erases paperwork even as it creates files. The late century will set up commissions. Apologies will be written in careful language. Names will be said into microphones that make sound waves, into memory. What rescues people from war's card catalog? Small institutions with large memories. Parish ledgers that outlive regimes. School rosters typed by teachers who wrote diacritics because children deserve their full names. Union lists kept in pencil during blackouts. Cookbooks compiled by DP camp committees listing Miss S. by camp address evidence that taste is a way of staying alive. Photo corners that left 4 healthy scars on the back of a picture where someone wrote in 2 languages, Morella first day in Canada. Ship manifests and naturalization petitions that, if read side by side with love and patience, let you watch a Sophie Zoja step from page to page like stones across a river. Let's assemble a few composites to show how not lost is sometimes indistinguishable from never counted. Ilse, age 10, evacuated from Hamburg to a village that keeps bees and secrets. She writes to her mother on field gray postcards, "I milked today. Frau says I am brave. I sleep with the window open, and the stars are bossy." She returns at 12 to a city that pronounces itself in ruins. The landlord says no because the flat says no. She becomes Liesl in a relative's house 2 streets over, and Liz at a factory where labels are practical. Later, she is Elizabeth. On a marriage certificate, the church secretary loves long names and long hand. Search. Ilse. And her life refuses to appear. Search every version and the kitchen lights up. Hannah, age 8, arrives in Manchester from a kinder transport group with a cardboard tag and a coat that will be remembered by family lore more vividly than any passport. Placed with a tailor's family who knows how to let out and take in not just seams but also memories, she learns to answer to Anne at school and Channa at synagogue, and accepts both as true. She marries, signs Anne because the registrar achieves speed by abbreviating, and never quite returns to Hannah until her granddaughter says, "Your Hebrew name?" and writes it down carefully on the back of a recipe card for honey cake. That card will outlive the registrar by decades. Mirella, 17, walks west out of the Balkans, behind a rumor that the border is gentler 3 valleys over. At a river crossing, she becomes Mira. By accident, the guard writes what he hears over wind. At a DP camp, she becomes M. Because a staff worker saves time where there is none. On a resettlement form, she is Mirella, the extra consonant a kindness or an error. On a ship manifest, she is Mirella again, stubborn as her spine. In Toronto, she opens a small tailoring shop that smells like steam, chalk, and the future. Her grandchildren will search for Mirella and find all 4. They will keep them properly, like good names in a bowl. We should also stand briefly in a post office where the air smells like twine and possibility. After the war, Red Cross messages those tiny family news forms do the work of sacraments. We are alive. We move too. The baby's name is. Messages pass through Arelson and Geneva, through couriers and courtyards, through rooms where language moves in stacks. A girl-turned-woman receives one and sits down before opening it because the body knows to make a seat for news. If the news is absence, she lights a candle. If the news is a forwarding address, she writes a reply at the counter, and the clerk slows the day so her hand can finish before the window closes. Fourth wall, lean close. We promised gentle, YouTube-safe narration, and we've kept it. No lurid color, only the texture of documents and the smell of stations. But the ghosts of wars are not horror. They're paper ghosts, names that learned new spellings, bodies that crossed borders while ledgers slept, children whose tags outlived their tag strings. When you hear "Lost Girls," resist the pit in your stomach that summons a headline. First, ask what room she entered: a farm kitchen, a factory floor, a DP camp office, a registrar's desk, an immigration queue where a clerk smiled and simplified. She is often there still, under another syntax. What did wars teach the century about keeping people? That counting is kindness when done with care, that seals and locks can protect or erase depending on who holds the key, that names require hospitality space for nicknames, diacritics, hyphens, the way one language leans into another, like friends conversing in a doorway. And that when the siren sings, whatever the century calls it, the work is the same: gather, list, label, escort, return. Dusk again. The blackout curtains retire to their hooks. The all clear has the decency to be late, so it sounds like good news. On a table, ration books, a family photo turned face down for cleaning, a letter knife that has opened more hope than bills. Someone writes a name on an envelope slowly so the past can catch up. The kettle begins to breathe. Tomorrow, the chapter will move from uniforms to spotlights to studios and ramps and glossy offices where glamour promised to print a future and sometimes misplaced the person beneath the pose. For now, say a name in both its alphabets, if you can. The room will answer. Chapter 5. The Glamour and the Abyss. It begins with a door that smells like perfume and copier toner. Somewhere between the receptionist's smile and the hall of framed magazine covers, the air changes temperature as if the building knows you brought a dream inside and kindly adjusts the thermostat. Post-war America called this corridor opportunity. Europe called it modernity. Tokyo, Rome, Mexico City called it new cinema. The signage reads, talent, models, casting, publicity, wardrobe, test shoot. Girls, young women, really, though the industry preferred the diminutive step through carrying a portfolio, a pair of heels wrapped in tissue, and a name that may or may not survive the afternoon. If factories filed workers as operators, glamour houses filed them as possibilities. Let's walk the hallway slowly. YouTube gentle, camera soft, no bad lighting, no blunt instruments, only the tools of a business that taught the century how to look at itself while forgetting, sometimes, to learn names properly. On the wall, comp cards, those postcard-sized resumes, with 4 photographs, measurements, and a phone number that actually rings the answering service down the street. On a desk, a ledger of go-sees and cattle calls, names penciled in because pens presume permanence. A girl arrives as Dolores because her grandmother loved Saints' Days. The receptionist smiles and says, "We're getting a lot of Loris this season." And by the end of the month, the comp card reads, Lori. Another arrives as Maria, becomes married to a booker in Midtown, Mari to a magazine editor who adores diacritics, and Maria again at church on 9th Avenue. None of this is sinister. All of it is sufficient to misplace a person in archives that insist on one spelling per life. The post-war studio system is a machine made of contracts and satin. In Hollywood, publicity departments keep files thick with stage names, public birthdays, and approved anecdotes printed on onion skin sheets that sound like the truth until you read 2 at once. The Screen Actors Guild card says Hattie Daniels. The marquee says Harriet Dane. The gossip column calls her Hattie. Because columnists love to sound intimate with strangers. The studio gives her a cottage with ivy, a dialect coach, and a list of topics to avoid on live radio. Meanwhile, the payroll office writes checks to the legal name it refuses to publish. 50 years later, a researcher chases Harriet through Hattie H. Daniels, and the occasional misprint Danes, a 4-letter obstacle to resurrection. The girl is not lost. The paper trail is bilingual in glamour. Across the ocean, Cinecittà opens its gates like a myth doing business hours. Screen tests, a hot light, a black stool, a director with a square of shadow on his shirt where a pen lives, a request to turn left, turn right, now, simply be. In Paris, agencies stack headshots, like decks of cards, and send girls up 5 flights of stairs to designers who pin fabric directly onto ribs and call it couture. In Tokyo, actresses who came from shoujo theater train their voices to sound like radio silk. In Mexico City, the Época de Oro floods screens with faces the public insists it already knows. The archive, later, will argue with itself about which names belong to which faces, whether a hyphen was a flourish or a new person, whether M. Cruz in a playbill is the same as Maria de la Cruz in a tax account. The girl is working, the bureaucracy is guessing. Of course, there were protections, and we will honor them. Union SAG Equity AFTRA kept membership rolls with a clerk's affection for the exact. Casting directors who were essentially librarians with stubborn taste wrote, "Call her again," in script so beautiful we should frame it. Wardrobe Mistresses, that was the title, and the dignity was real. Kept index cards with measurements not because they were curious, but because their math kept actors comfortable. Hair and makeup staff made notes with reverence, which curl held, which powder respected the skin, which wig fit like a secret. These are the archives that rescue names decades later, when a granddaughter sits at a kitchen table and asks, "Was she really in pictures?" And someone finds the union number pressed like a fossil in an old wallet. Beneath the marquee is the modeling floor, and the century taught it to sell the future by the inch. Booking sheets read like polite weather reports: Tuesday, showroom; Wednesday, catalog; Thursday, test; Friday, call. The photographs are proofs of light rather than identity. Polaroids pinned to cork, studio stamps in purple ink. A girl does showroom work standing still elegantly, is labor, and learns to pin a dress from the inside so no one sees the pins. She works bridal and couture, and better dresses, and juniors, and fur before fur learned controversy. She takes night classes in diction, becomes one of those extraordinary creatures who can say, "Oh, this," without moving her teeth. On Saturday, she flies to Miami or Palm Springs for resort shots. The ticket is booked under a legal name, the room under the stage name, and the invoice under the agency's legalese. Decades later, a probate lawyer will bless the dull genius of a canceled check that connects every alias like beads on a thread. Glamour also migrated to airlines and ocean liners, professions soaked in sun and regulation. Flight attendant rosters in the 1950s and 60s, then called stewardesses, read like yearbooks for altitude, height, weight, a rule we will not excuse, only record, languages, base city. Many women took the job because it was precision in motion and a passport disguised as a paycheck. They became floating archivists of names and routes. Some married pilots or passengers and changed names mid-sky. Personnel files do their best to keep up. If you search Yvonne and forget to try Mrs. Yvonne S., she will seem to vanish around the time of her third Pacific crossing. She didn't vanish. The airline union has her service pin in a box that comes out every anniversary, proof that hospitality is an industry with a ledger. Now, a pause to step through the fourth wall with the softest of reminders. We are keeping this documentary YouTube safe by design. No lurid plotline, no crime porn, no invitation to dread. The abyss in our title is not a body, It's a paper drop, the point at which stage names, marriages, locations, and sealed contracts combine to produce silence. The scariest thing in this chapter is a file cabinet, locked on a Friday afternoon. We'll collect a few composites carefully stitched from common patterns, never from anyone's private grief, so you can feel how living turned into research problems. Composite 1. The camera's favorite stranger. She starts as Antoinette in Ohio, becomes Tony on a state fair stage with a sash that smells like cardboard roses, Antonia in a small New York agency that thinks vowels travel better in print, and Tony Lane when a casting assistant says 2 syllables and a road are the secret to magazine covers. She gets a SAG card under Antonia Lane because the other Tony got there first. She lives in the Barbizon a while. Yes, that one leaves a forwarding address for an answering service that writes her messages on pink slips with carbon paper. She books a toothpaste commercial, a catalog spread, 3 lines in a seaside drama, and the cover of a sewing pattern. Then she marries Love is Allowed on Tuesdays, changes her legal name, moves to Dallas, runs a boutique that smells like steam and good advice, and appears for decades as Miss S. in charity columns that list table sponsors more dutifully than movie credits ever did. She is not lost. She lives under 3 spellings and a comma. Composite 2. The singer with unphotographable notes. She is Rosalinda in San Antonio, Rosa to her grandmother, Lindy at school, Rose Lynn on the bill at a neon-lit room off Route 66. She records a 45 as Rosalind DeSoto because the A&R man hears hit weather in a blended vowel. She tours army bases and county fairs. The sign outside the VFW misprints her as Rosaline, and the local paper copies the sign. She marries a steel guitarist, has a daughter who sleeps through sound check, moves to Bakersfield for a while, keeps her union dues current. Later she teaches voice, writes Christmas pageant arrangements for choirs, appears in 3 church directories under 3 spellings of the same hope. A niece Googles her and finds almost nothing until a fan uploads a needle drop of the 45 with a caption that spells her as she said it, not as the label printed it. The comments section performs a minor resurrection. Composite 3. The dancer with the archive in her feet. She is Kaori in Kyoto, Kay in London, where she studies at a school with baroscuffs like hieroglyphs, K. Mori on a company roster in San Francisco because diacritics confuse the typesetter. A choreographer calls her Mori-san with respect. The payroll uses K because the check must fit the bank's taste. She tours. The program lists Kay Mori in Paris and Kai Mori in Montreal and Kaori again in Tokyo when a diligent intern asks and writes it properly. She retires to teach on the 2nd floor of a building that always smells like rosin and orange peel. A student posts an old program online, and the triangulation of 3 spellings gives her back to the search engine like a city revealing its correct map. Composite 4. The pageant graduate who chose business. She is Evelyn in a small Gulf Coast town, Evie to cousins, Eve on air at the local station that gives her a weekend weather slot and a microphone that hums with possibility. A big city agent suggests Lynn because anchors should sound like street names. She goes to Chicago, reads copy that tastes like reheated coffee, learns to walk in view of cameras without consulting her limbs. The newsroom calls her Evelyn when the weather turns mean because full names sound like responsibility. 10 years later, she pivots to PR, keeps clients in a book so thick it needs a diplomatic passport, marries once, changes her surname twice, once for love, once because the first love needed correcting. The journalist who writes her obituary in 2060 will get the sequence right because someone labeled a photo Evie in 1983, and someone else saved a press badge with the first name the world forgot. The abyss also contains non-answers posed by privacy itself. Sealed adoptions in the mid-century designed to protect all parties make it hard for a woman who placed a child to be found later under her stage name. Confidentiality clauses in studio settlements lock drawers for decades. Blacklists we will not dramatize. Only record nudged some performers to Canada, Europe, or day jobs under names that didn't trigger attention. Closeting, in several senses, created parallel lives that the archive separates, like incompatible pigments. The historian's job, and ours, tonight, is to hold these truths without prying, to respect that some doors were shut for safety and are not ours to open even when the key glitters. What preserved people from glamour's paper eddies? Union minutes again. Saints with clipboards, wardrobe tags pinned into costumes that later live in museums with accession numbers you can search. Studio lot passes with photographs stapled at left angles that give cheekbones the dignity of evidence. Trade newspapers, Variety, Hollywood Reporter, backstage with the dull poetry of pick and prep, cassette, and a line of names spelled correctly because lawsuits encourage orthography. Yearbooks of dance schools, programs of summer stock, immigration cards stamped with real birthdays because customs is picky where publicity is not. The saviors are never glamorous. A church bulletin noting who arranged the lilies, a union pension letter with the forwarding address, a handwritten recipe for arroz con leche, signed Love, Aunt Maria, the diacritic like a lighthouse. Let's step into an agency office in 1964. The receptionist files messages on pink, while you were out slips, Mr. B called tomorrow 2p. Mem. Wear the blue. A booker flips through a ring of index cards, the carousel of lives, and calls 3 women for a cigarette ad that will age badly but pay well. A junior agent writes, change comp, new hair, new age. With the casual magic the industry practices, subtract a year, add a vowel, move a city. An older agent looks over his glasses and says, don't erase the old, write it on the back. And because he said it, a researcher in 2025 will someday turn the card and shout quietly in a library when Maria Mary Mari become one person again. In the public eye, television learned to manufacture absence alongside presence. The missing star narrative, where is she now? Sold magazines, and sometimes the answer was in the byline under a news story, or the name above a yoga studio, or the signature on the check that kept a regional theater solvent. A woman can decide to become less legible without becoming lost. The ledger rarely records choice, it records change. Our chapter title dares to call that change an abyss, only to prove, by the end, that most abysses are shallow if you bring the right rope, aliases cross-referenced, unions queried, churches and clubs asked gently, photographs labeled on the back. There is a class and color story inside glamour, and we must say it carefully. The industry opened doors, and also manage who reached the knobs. Black women, Latinas, Asian women, indigenous performers often worked under names the mainstream press mispronounced and misprinted, if it printed them at all. They built careers in race films, community theaters, regional circuits, variety programs, radio, and church stages that left paper in different places, black newspapers, Spanish-language bulletins, union newsletters, NAACP programs, church anniversaries, festival flyers printed at quick shops that saved nothing but the ink on the owner's hands. When we fail to find these women in the obvious archives, it isn't because they were less present. It's because the library we're using hasn't shelved the right newspapers. Glamour's other ledger magazines kept names but not context. Captions love single nouns. Jody wears Natsuko poses. Marisol shows. The nouns stack like tiles. The life underneath is a paragraph magazine editors rarely printed. Morning subway, afternoon fitting, night class, rent due, mother's letter, answering service at 3, go see at 4, soup at midnight. We rescue that paragraph with inference and empathy. It's not romantic, it's logistics. In the history of lost girls, logistics is often the road home. Near the end of the century, databases learned to wink. 1MDB arrives with infinite confidence and finite accuracy. Union rosters slide into searchable screens. Passenger manifests end up online with misspellings, corrected by an army of volunteers who deserve parades. DNA adds its quiet authority, no scandal, just confirmation. The aunt who was the actress is the cousin in Phoenix who kept the headshots in a box because no one ever asked properly. Message boards become genealogical campfires where people bring facts and kindness instead of matches. Before we close, a few scenes: tiny, specific, safe. A train dressing room, 1951. Mirrors with seasick bulbs, lashes drying on a saucer. A girl writing her legal name inside a costume with tailor's chalk, because costumes travel and sometimes forget who wears them. The chalk line will survive 3 washes and 1 loan. It will enter the museum with the dress, an accidental autograph across the lining. A seaside catalog shoot, 1968. Wind, sunscreen, the squeak of sand under the rubber feet of light stands. The stylist tapes a model's ear for a hat and says, "You're brave," in a way that makes bravery feel like a hairpin. A Polaroid develops in the shade a little square future, and someone writes, Maria Luke 3, on the white with a flourish. The accent mark is a lighthouse. A church kitchen, 1977. A former star shows 7th graders how to make stage blood for Halloween out of corn syrup and food coloring, laughs, and then corrects herself. No, we'll do cinnamon hearts instead. Compliance with YouTube-approved gentleness, years before YouTube existed. A teenage usher whispers, "My mom says you were famous." She answers, "I still am, just in rooms like this." The bulletin lists her as director, pageant. A camera phone does not exist to film the best performance of the year. The way she hands nervous kids a script and makes them taller by belief alone. We end, as we began, with a door. It has a hinge that needs oil and a bell that's an optimist. On the inside, a Rolodex with cards that say, "Call back." Good laugh. Professional. Bring the blue dress. On the outside, a sidewalk where the glamour in travel posters meets the practical shine of a bus schedule. Girls came here to be seen, some left to be known somewhere else. The abyss, the silence between aliases and zip codes, was often a hallway, not a cliff. What bridges? It is the habit we keep advocating. Like a gentle superstition, say the full name, write it on the back, save the program, call the union, ask the church, check the club, and assume joy until the evidence insists on elegy. Tomorrow, the story leaves cities for highways, motels with vacancy signs like blinking eyelids, hitchhikers with cardboard signs that say west, diners that serve coffee and directions in equal portions. The ledger grows longer and fainter out there. Bring a map and a pencil soft enough to catch tire dust. We won't sensationalize the road. We'll listen to it miles and miles of names set into payphones, then written on motel registers in a hand that hoped for morning. Chapter 6. The Highways of Nowhere. Dawn finds the road already awake, coffee steaming in paper cups, trucks shouldering the horizon like patient whales, a bus whose windows show a moving quilt of faces half asleep and half belonging. Asphalt smells faintly of heat even in the cool. A neon vacancy blinks like a tired eyelid. A payphone on a pole makes its small metallic cough as if clearing its throat for the century's next message. If cities collected girls by shift, and studios renamed them by flourish, the highway did something quieter. It thinned their trails. A person could be fully present at mile marker 212 and unfindable at 214, not because anything sinister happened between, but because the paperwork couldn't keep pace with distance. Tonight we ride the road without grimness, YouTube gentle, eyes open to weather, receipts, and soft systems, and we listen to how a life becomes a string of tickets that nobody bothered to knot. Begin in the bus depot, because intercity buses were the republic of the ordinary. The air is a blend of diesel, floor cleaner, cinnamon from a kiosk that believes in morning, and cardboardy perfume of luggage tags. The departures board flips with a noise like polite applause. Cleveland, 8:20. Amarillo, 9:05. Spokane, 9:50. Names that sound like the country clearing its throat. A girl, young woman, but the ticket calls her Miss, steps to the glass and asks for one way because that is what she can afford, or round trip because she knows how to promise herself she'll decide later. The clerk leans into the microphone that makes ordinary voices sound like announcements and says, "Next." If you stop the scene there and ask what is her name, the depot will tell you a surname, maybe, and a time. The bus will remember her seat better than the file will remember her history. On the road, movement writes its own grammar. Greyhound and Trailways hand out tickets with carbon paper teeth. Drivers log miles and incidents and sometimes compliments. Baby slept. Lady shared sandwich. Storm over Flagstaff like a sermon. A girl sits with her forehead against a window and practices the ritual of belonging to motion. Inventory the important objects: wallet, photo, small comb, letter, count them again. She rereads a note that says, "General delivery," plus the name of a town where someone, an aunt, a friend, a former roommate gone first, will wait or will not. Remember general delivery? The post office kept mail for people whose addresses were presently verbs. Say it aloud and it feels like mercy disguised as bureaucracy. We will hold your name until you arrive to claim it. Outside the bus world, the hitchhiker becomes a figure that the century romanticizes, worries about, legislates, and sometimes misunderstands. We will treat her carefully. Many hitched because the math penciled out money for the apartment if the ride was free, a ride to the next town because the job interview did not include transportation, a ride back because the festival ended and the buses had gone. A girl on a shoulder of U.S. 66, 80, 101, pick a number, and the map will hum, holds a hand-lettered sign that says west or home, or, sometimes, nothing at all. Drivers decide, for reasons as varied as weather, to stop. Most rides end with thank you and good luck, and a handshake. That means I am a person, and you are a person, and we have exchanged minutes. Some end in rudeness, some in stories that will get told for decades. We will not summon danger, we will admit randomness. The archive, sadly, has more receipts for oil changes than for kindness. Which is one reason the highway makes historians cautious. Goodness rarely leaves paperwork. If the bus depot is public transit's living room, the truck stop is its kitchen. A counter lined with chrome, a pie case that rotates like a saint's reliquary, and a chorus of CB radios singing weather, lane closures, jokes that know how to stop just short of being mean. A waitress calls everyone hon without disrespect. A short-order cook conducts eggs like a conductor who loves symbols. The pinboard by the door carries flyers with phone tabs, roommate wanted, dog lost, rideshare to Denver. A girl tears off 2 tabs and folds them into different pockets, the logic of survival. She pays cash and keeps a receipt because receipts prove existence in rooms where no one knows your last name. Later, if someone searches, those receipts, if saved, if legible, if blessed by luck, become breadcrumbs. The motel is the road's guest book, but the handwriting is not always honest. Registers ask for name, city, license plate, number of guests. Clerks write what they hear, then migrate vowels to fit their own geography. A traveler signs Maria and becomes Maria because the pen doesn't know how to sing. She signs M. Cruz because there is a line behind her, and privacy is a form of self-defense. She signs Miss S. because it reduces conversation. In the 1950s and 60s, franchises bloom: Holiday Inn, Howard Johnson's, Travelodge, and standardized light and linens and carpet in a way that makes memory blur. Which room was it where I decided to stay? The ledger isn't malicious, it is tired. When researchers later asked to see it, the ink has oxidized, the page has been handled, the clerk has long since taught grandbabies to write a prettier M. Rest areas arrive with the interstates tables under trees, maps under plexiglass, bathrooms with a smell that is neither here nor there but always memory. Highway brochures promise scenic byways and safety patrols. AAA triptychs annotate miles with gas, food, lodging, tiny icons like runes for comfort. A girl rides with a friend, or with 3, or with a dog that thinks clouds are geese. They keep quarters for payphones, nickels for candy machines, photographs in a wallet under plastic so the faces flatten into saints. When they call home, it's collect. An operator pronounces a name that may have changed last week, and a parent accepts the charge or whispers, "Tell her we love her," into a line that can't carry affection, but tries. Migration by road sometimes looks like adventure and is actually work. Fruit picking, cannery shifts, beet harvests, oyster houses, tourist season in beach towns, all the calendars that pay in cash and ankle aches. A girl rides from Yakima to Watsonville, Brownsville to Galveston, Gulf Shores to Myrtle Beach, while a ledger somewhere insists she has a single address. Carnivals and fairs carry another economy, a traveling city of ride mechanics, ticket sellers, candy makers, performers who sign in pencil and move by night. A girl who runs games writes her name in chalk on the back of a tent pole. It will weather off by Sunday. A historian will come 40 years later with gloves and find nothing because canvas forgets. There were roads of sorrow, the century barely admitted, and we will say them softly. In remote corridors, logging routes, oil roads, strip of highway bordered by forest, and future indigenous communities watched daughters and aunties go missing in ways the press often failed to amplify. The phrase systemic neglect is dry. The family's work is not. Vigils, databases built by mothers and cousins, highway shoulders planted with crosses and shoes, drumbeats that say, "Remember when the institutions are slow." We will not narrate injury. We will hold space for advocacy and the hard moral labor of making officials spell names right and loud. The road here is not romance. It is an audit asking, who gets search parties? Who gets headlines? Who gets a sentence longer than was last seen? Our job, even in a bedtime voice, is to keep the questions awake. Television taught Americans to fear the highway at night, but the statistical day held more truth. Most trips completed, most kindness exchanged, most travelers arrived. And radio kept people company, coast to coast, late-night shows, weather reports read like poems to passing counties, dedications from someone moving northbound, eyes on dawn. Names, in the air, learned to be handles: silver fox, lilac, night nurse, bookworm, redbird, identities that kept loneliness at bay and privacy in play. A girl was Juniper on CB, because a trucker once said her laugh sounded like the wind in small trees. Put that in a ledger, you can't. Put it in a memory, you must. We should talk about the myth of the perfect clue. Detective fiction adores a single receipt that saves the day. Reality prefers clusters: a bus stub, a postcard, a union card, a church bulletin, a pay sub from a diner with a very specific grease bloom, a note in a roommate's diary that says, "Left for Tulsa with Reba, back Tuesday." Each item alone is sentimental litter. Together, they are cartography. Families who kept shoeboxes kept people. The lost girls of the road were often rediscoverable because an aunt saved postcards under elastic, because a sister wrote her married name on the back of a photo, because a county clerk stayed late one Thursday and found the license someone requested with "please" and "sorry" to bother in the same sentence. We should visit a diner somewhere off the 2-lane, because diners are the road's choir loft. Plates glide under lamps, coffee pours with the authority of a proclamation, the jukebox offers 3 plays for a quarter, and the mercy of bad speakers. A girl sits with a triptych folded to the section that shows today's miles. She calculates the budget: gas, room, sandwich, tip tomorrow. She writes her name on the back of a photograph and slides it into a letter. Mama taped this to the fridge, so it's like I'm there in the kitchen. In the morning she pays, and the receipt says chili, coffee, pie, and the date. And the cashier circles thank you as if to underline that she's real. 40 years later, that receipt is brittle and illegible, but the ink remembers its own weight. Highway patrol logs record the ordinary miracles that never make television. Motorist assist at mile 127 flat fixed, lost dog returned, elderly driver escorted to exit, young woman advised map corrected, storm passed. Those logs, when read as literature, are a hymn to small republics. When read as archives, they are timestamps that triangulate a route. A girl who briefly became a file number in a stack is often released from filehood by a single line in a patrol book that says, "All okay," continued West. The restraint of the phrasing hides its heroism. There's a spiritual technology to the road that cannot be footnoted. Billboards sell soap and salvation side by side. A church marquee on the edge of town says Potluck Thursday, 6 p.m., and doubles as an invitation to belonging. Laundromats play a similar role, spin cycles as social glue, bulletin boards that remember who needs a roommate, who teaches piano, who will braid hair, who can fix a fan belt if you bring lemonade. In these rooms, girls declared themselves found, while the archive still had them on pause. Now, composites are custom. Safe, stitched from patterns, never from single sorrow. Composite 1, the summer job traveler. Ruth on school forms, Rue to friends, takes a job at a coastal boardwalk, the summer of 1967. She sells tickets, learns to talk over wind, writes 2 postcards a week home, 1 to parents, 1 to a grandmother with a fondness for adverbs. She rides down in a friend's Volkswagen, comes back by bus to a different station because construction rerouted routes. The family letters stop when school resumes, and the postmarks change from Ocean View to Normal, IL, an academic joke the mailbox never appreciated. Decades later, a cousin looking for Ruthie will find only Ruth on a teacher roster, the summer edits to Rue, left in the sand. She wasn't lost. She graded papers. Composite 2, the sister who moved west. Gloria leaves Ohio in 1959 with a suitcase, a roll of cash in the heel of a second pair of shoes, and a promise to send for her younger sister when she can. She rides buses west, stays in motor courts, learns to keep the chain latched and the chair under the knob like mothers teach in kitchens that have seen winters. In Albuquerque, she pauses to work a diner. In Flagstaff, she waits a week for a ride. In Barstow, she buys a denim jacket and writes her name in the pocket with a hotel ballpoint. In Los Angeles, she is Glow to a neighbor, and Miss S to a landlord who prefers not to learn first names. She gets an apartment over a laundromat, and the machines make a ballet of sound under sleep. The sister arrives the next spring by train. Together they start a cleaning service that blooms into a small company. The highway, asked later, shrugs. It files Gloria under westbound and goes about its day. Composite 3, the student nurse. Nandini degree pending, courage already in stock, accepts a rotation that requires 3 months on reservation land she has never seen. then 2 months in a border town where the clinic runs on stamina and plastic chairs. She drives a borrowed Datsun that hums like a sewing machine, keeps her registration tucked behind the visor, stays in a motel whose sign loses a letter in storms, and reads "Otel" until someone brings a ladder. She mails her parents rolled-up posters of national parks and calls on Sundays from a payphone beside a vending machine with opinions about exact change. When the rotation ends, she detours to see a canyon the size of a thought and returns a week later with a sunburn and a new way of measuring fear. Her name changes only in pronunciation depending on who's speaking. The road curves, then forgets. Composite 4, The Music Girl. Lola plays keys with a band whose van smells like foam seats, oranges, and hope. They play college gyms and VFW halls, silos turned to venues and backyards where fairy lights invent atmosphere. At each stop, she signs her name on a set list that gets torn in half and stuffed into a pocket with "Cash Door" scrawled across the top. Promoters pay, usually. Once in a while, someone pays in barbecue and an apology. She keeps a tour diary in a spiral notebook with grape jelly fingerprints on page 2. Years later, a fan digitizes a poster, Lola James plus Green Mercury Friday only. The internet kind, for once, rescues her from the footnote where she briefly lived. The era of databases arrives gracefully late. NCIC in the U.S. Missing persons registries elsewhere, later, NAMUs and DNA matches, but we will keep our feet in the century's carpet for now. Even before keystrokes, people invented their own search tools, message boards tacked inside co-ops. Letters to the editor. Asking if anyone remembers a girl who used to sing at the Driftwood, class reunion lists that reveal a maiden name patiently waiting to be said aloud. Phone trees, prayer chains, VFW rumorology, Union Hall memory, all the unofficial circuits that hold lives. A word about rumor, because roads breed it like ditches breed chicory. A girl leaves, someone says she ran away, someone else says she married, a third swears she joined a commune because it's 1971, and communes are the country's imaginary friend. The truth is often smaller and kind. She found a job where rent matched paycheck. She preferred the dry air. She needed distance from a story she didn't want to keep telling. Our rule in this book: assume ordinary courage until the evidence forces solemnity. The scariest roads are the ones where we race ahead with a film script and forget to ask the motel clerk, the dinner waitress, the postmistress, the bus driver, all those memory keepers whose eyes are friendlier than archives. The soundtrack of the road deserves to be kept like a recipe. Tires over bridge seams, thrum thrum, a metronome teaching patience. Static that blooms into music, and then back to snow. Turn signals like metered prayer. Suitcase latches satisfying as moral certainty. Payphone buttons that click truth into a chord. Neon buzzing in minor key. These are not clues. They are texture, and texture is what you hold when the map refuses to confess. Let's step into a small-town post office. 1974. The general delivery cubby is a hymn to return. Envelopes with forwarding scribbles that look like river deltas. Postcards of arches, canyons, southern live oaks. A package containing a knit scarf and a note reading, you always forget yours. The clerk knows you by first name after 2 visits, and by story after 4, she adds. When you miss a day, we'll hold it 2 weeks is only a rule if we're feeling official. If anyone ever writes history solely from these rooms, every lost person will become a delayed pickup. We promise compliance with gentle rules, so we will not hold a flashlight under our chins and tell ghost stories. We will hold maps and pencils and show you how to annotate. If you are looking for someone who took the road in 1979, try the college registrar for a semester abandoned in October, the union hall for dues paid once in June, the campground where a ranger's log notes a brown van and a girl who liked the white-tailed deer, the church that prints visitor cards and quietly keeps them stacked in a shoebox under the usher's table, the state archive that has bus schedules, and a librarian who remembers where they hid them. Break the fourth wall with me. What is the highway of nowhere? Really? It's the distance between 2 well-kept rooms, kitchen and office, depot and dorm, chapel and school, where a life is documented at either end and in transit becomes air. The fix is not romance. It is habit. Write the name on the back of the photo, label the postcard, circle the date on the map, teach children how to leave breadcrumbs without fear. Roads will always outpace ledgers. Our job is to shorten the lag. Night now. Headlights draw grammar on asphalt, colons at exits, commas where fog asks for gentleness, ellipsis and taillights disappearing over the rise. A girl in a bus reclines her seat 1 inch and apologizes with her eyes. A motel lamp clicks. A diner wipes the last booth with a tenderness learned from long practice. At a rest area, a map under plexiglass shows you are here in red, and someone has scratched "Me Too" beside it, in a hand that should be ashamed and isn't, perhaps because it is correct. The road does not swallow people. It delivers them to rooms that sometimes forget to write things down. Tomorrow's chapter changes medium from asphalt to filing cabinets and asks how a century's missing women became forms, case numbers, indexes, and newsprint. The files rarely close, they cool. We will warm them with context and the kind of pencil that leaves a friendly groove. For now, fold the map, even if the fold lines don't cooperate. Put the receipt in your pocket. Say the destination out loud to hear how it sounds in your mouth. Then sleep, if you can, to the hymn of tires on distant bridges, a lullaby in 4 syllables. We'll find you. Chapter 7. The Files That Never Closed. The first sound is not a siren. It's the drawer, that long metal sigh of a filing cabinet, deciding to remember. Inside manila folders that smell faintly of dust, carbon paper, and the last person who thumbed through them with a mix of purpose and prayer. A desk lamp carves a circle of evening out of afternoon. A typewriter waits with its ribbon, like a tongue that knows 2 dialects, official and human. If highways thinned the trail and studios renamed it, this is where the century tried to catch the wind, with paper, 1950s through the 1970s, before databases found their swagger turning lives into forms, forms into boxes, boxes into shells, and then promising to open them again, when and ever. Gentle fourth wall whisper, cold case, is a temperature problem, not a compassion problem. Lots of rooms stayed warm. They just didn't have central heating yet. The ritual begins the same in 1,000 towns. A phone rings in a room that smells like coffee, gone brave, graphite, and the wool of winter coats waiting on chairbacks. A parent, a sister, a roommate, a landlady, she didn't come home. A dispatcher's pencil hovers. Questions arrive in an order designed to tame panic. Name, age, height, hair, eyes. Last seen where? Wearing what? The pencil writes sound into lines. A beat later, a form appears 57A, missing person or MP1 depending on jurisdiction, a rectangle of civics. Box 12, scars marks. Box 13, teeth. Box 14, possible destination, which is a tender way of saying hope. The person becomes Fields not to diminish her, but to let other rooms recognize her when the phone travels farther than the bus ever did. In the 1950s, teletype machines chatter like flocks of mechanical birds. ATTN, all points. The message travels not by magic, but by polite machinery, hummed along by telephone operators who patch and pulse, by clerks who retype to keep letters from wobbling in transit. Jurisdiction is a word that pretends not to be an obstacle. A city cop calls a county sheriff, a county calls a state calls the next state over. The calls land on different desks with different forms and different rules about waiting periods that were sometimes myths and sometimes policy. A certain cruelty hid inside the word runaway, often tossed at women and girls with a shrug that covered budget and bias alike. We will not scold, we will simply say, some files cooled because the thermostat was set by assumptions. Now the folder grows. A Polaroid taped inside the front cover, a photocopy of a school photograph, a list of friends with numbers that will change before the ink dries. A map with 3 grease pencil circles where she was seen, might be, once said she'd like to go. A receipt from a bus depot, thin, thermal paper already fading toward ghosthood. A waitress's statement on lined paper scented by the diner, where coffee learned overtime. A letter from a mother whose handwriting becomes neater when she is afraid. My daughter always calls me Sundays. The file does not replace the person. It nests the person in a story that other people can carry. The local paper prints the item, usually respectfully. Young woman missing, family seeks information. A photograph, often a school portrait because those are the ones developed and ready. In bigger cities, tabloids test drive melodrama. The decade teaches newspapers how to sell fright by daylight. Editors choose the stories they believe will travel, which is why faces that match certain expectations travel farther. Meanwhile, black papers, Spanish-language weeklies, reservation newsletters, union bulletins, print their own appeals and pass them hand to hand, eye to eye. History preserves the louder pages better. Our job is to learn which quiet shelves hold the rest. Step into a detective bureau, 1966. A corkboard hosts a geography of hope, index cards pinned in clusters, red thread saved for movies, actual practice favoring pencil arrows and thumbtacks. A detective writes, "Recheck Aunt Dora." With a pen that leaves a dent even if the ink fails, a mercy for archivists. A clerk, let's name her, because clerks keep the world Miss S. Alvarado updates the MasterCard file, cross-referencing by surname, alias, maiden name, and Sundex, for the kind of search that forgives spelling. She knows every drawer by the sound it makes when it catches. She is the reason a phone number added at 3:14 p.m. ends up beside the right name at 3:17. When she retires, a hallway feels colder for a year. By the late 60s, a new room joins the chorus. NCIC, the National Crime Information Center, in the U.S. A mainframe with a heartbeat like air conditioning. Terminals glow their early green. An entry MIS per travels farther, faster. State lines become less like borders and more like texture. But the data still comes from typewriters and telephones, from mothers walking door to door with a sandwich bag of photographs in their purses, from roommates who tape notes to laundromat bulletin boards. Have you seen? The mainframe can only chant what the neighborhood sings. And then there's the microfilm room, a dim aquarium where newsprint becomes a river and librarians pilot the light. You can hear the spooling whir, stop as a researcher, a father, a cousin, a reporter, a volunteer with faithful insomnia scans through columns shaped like shoeboxes, looking for her name. Here's a fact we keep soft but firm. Research saves people, sometimes years late, sometimes just enough to correct a record. A misprinted surname corrected in a small town weekly in 1972 can be the difference between forever missing and found in a different room. The language of the files matters. Last seen wearing. Reads like a poem stitched from closets. Green cardigan, white keds, blue ribbon, brown coat with missing button. To a stranger, it's detail. To a mother, it's a picture. May be in the company of a phrase full of sunlight or storm, depending on what follows. No foul play suspected at this time. A sentence that tries to calm budgets as much as hearts. This file remains open. The line that gives a future permission to try again. Bias lives here too, and we must name it carefully. Cases attach themselves to beauty and class because cameras did. Girls missing from reservations, projects, migrant camps, boarding houses, bars, barrios, rural routes didn't ride the news as easily. Their families carried the labor without the megaphone. Lost girls of the 20th century. Includes everyone the spotlight taught itself not to see. The felt difference is measured in casseroles delivered, dollars donated, volunteers who show up, column inches, airtime. The archival difference shows later in surviving clippings and well-thumbed binders. To make rooms less empty, We go to the newspapers that stayed out late. Black weeklies, tribal papers, church bulletins, bilingual broadsheets, union newsletters. They kept what the evening news forgot. Let's talk about the object world of search, because you can smell it. Photocopiers, warm as bread. Scotch tape aging to amber. Thumbtacks tasting faintly of copper when someone holds one in their mouth because both hands are busy with a flyer. Staples that refuse exactly one more sheet, but yield to a practiced palm. Payphone booths polished by coats from the waist down. Reward posters curling on telephone poles whose wooden skin grows soft in rain. These objects do not solve anything alone. Together, they produce persistence. We promised composites. Here are 4 stitched from patterns, never from wounds. Composite 1, the librarian's ledger. A reference librarian, Miss Howell, to everyone forever keeps a 3-ring binder behind the desk marked Local History, Ongoing. Into it she slides clippings, church notices, PTA newsletters. Thank you. Ads placed by families after a search party brings a child home from a different kind of loss, the literal kind, between corn and dusk. When a girl from the county doesn't come home, Miss Howell adds a page with dates, phone numbers, a list of organizations that will hang flyers. In 1979, a woman shows up with a name she hasn't spoken in years. Miss Howell turns 3 pages and says softly, "Yes." The binder is not official. It is effective. Composite 2, the radio hour. In a nighttime radio studio that smells like felt, ozone, and coffee surrendered to fate, a DJ reads community bulletins between records. If anyone is seen, he shapes the name with care, spells it, repeats the description, slows his voice on the phone number so the hand with the pen can win. Truckers, insomniacs, nurses on break, teenagers studying at kitchen tables become a spontaneous listening party for hope. 2 nights later, the same voice, she called home. Family says thank you. The station logs each bulletin on index cards in a shoebox name, date, script, resolution. Decades later, the shoebox answers questions the internet can't. Composite 3, the small town detective. He keeps a map with straight pins but no red thread grease pencil circles, instead because they erase kinder. He writes, "Check the bus schedule Wednesday." On his own hand, when there's no paper nearby. He calls every school secretary because school secretaries are the spine of the world. He drives past the feed store, the river pull-off, the church hall where AA meets, the laundromat where bulletin boards hold more truth per square inch than any courthouse. He returns calls even when the caller is repeating a thought from yesterday. On his desk, a manila folder fattens with no's, that one day make a yes. Composite 4. The mother with the briefcase. She learns the tone that makes clerks her allies. She keeps a briefcase instead of a purse because briefcases make eyes meet differently. Inside photographs, the school dental card, a birth certificate with a creased down hope, the notebook where she writes every name, time, promise. She thanks people by name. She writes to the editor, the council member, the state rep. She sleeps when she sleeps against the wall, as if bracing the house. Years later, she becomes the person other mothers call when their file opens. She says, Step 1, we make a list. Step 2, we teach everyone how to spell her name. She is not a character. She is a method. Between the public search and the private wait lies the institutional maze. Hospitals log admissions under the name a person can manage in that moment. Shelters promise confidentiality that later becomes a blindfold for well-meaning searchers. Campus police keep separate ledgers, dorm sign-ins, student conduct notes, keys issued and returned, each an island of facts that doesn't always talk to the mainland. Employment offices change names with marriages, divorces, preferences, safety. None of this is sinister. All of it can misalign a net. Even within police work, decades play differently. The 50s love index cards and Rolodexes. The 60s add mug books and teletypes. The 70s bring photocopiers and fax in some places, slowly. Early computer terminals, green as pond water. Composite sketches improve with artists who listen as much as they draw. Dental records become the quiet heroes of identification. Fingerprints march from ink to AFIS. By the late 80s, we're peeking ahead, but gently. Yet for most of our period here, the answer to what happened to the lost girls is often they entered a file that never learned how to end. Bias again, this time in language. Voluntary missing. Sometimes meant no budget. Lifestyle was wielded like a broom to sweep questions off a desk. In college towns, left for the city. In farm counties, married and moved. In border places, the shrug of went south. Or went north, as if directions were explanations. We will not litigate. We will note how phrases can close doors. We'll keep asking for the words that open them. Tell me more. Spell it again. Where else would she be known by another name? There's also the folklore of waiting. 24 hours before you can file a myth in many places that survived because television wrote it catchily. Many departments took runaways only after a delay. Others understood time like a hearth understands embers now, because now is when warmth matters. Families learned the workarounds. Call at once, ask for a wellness check, file a report anyway, gather the paper yourself. The 1970s birthed advocacy groups, fluent in both sorrow and statutes, teaching the public a new grammar, persistence as policy. If you want an artifact to hold, the flyer. The century's most democratic document, cheap, generous, humble. Church photocopiers sang them into being. Teens posted them after club meetings. Union halls kept stacks. Diners taped them near registers. The best ones used 2 photographs, smile and neutral, because faces are weather, and you never know which day you'll meet. The smartest ones included nicknames, languages, alternate spellings, hyphens, diacritics, hospitality, but for names. A flyer with Maria Mari finds more rooms than a flyer that insists on one vowel. What closed files? Sometimes finding under another name, in another town, in a kitchen with a calendar of appointments and a dog that demanded on-time walks. Sometimes time, a statute that misplaced its compassion, a budget that chose other line items, a retiree's memory, migrating to a garden. What reopened them? New eyes, a rookie, who reads the old notes like literature. New neighbors, a town that got curious, at last. New tech, late century DNA, quietly telling the room who it was talking about. New language advocates who reframed. Runaway. 2. Missing youth. Voluntary. 2. Unaccounted for. Words that the system hears differently. Because we promise to keep the camera kind, we won't follow the Jane Doe files where they darken. We will say only this. Dentists and nurses became saints of certainty. Later, labs made whispers into names. Families who had practiced hope learned the second, sterner practice of closure. The adjective, unidentified. Is not an identity. The century ended with more people saying so out loud. Listen before we go. The noises of persistence. Rubber stamps thudding received. Pencils scratching dates into the margins. Card drawers gliding back with a soft self-satisfaction. Phones clicking into cradles like period marks. Librarians shushing gently, not to quiet grief, but to help it read. A detective's chair creak as he leans forward because a caller said a name that made memory get up and put on shoes. The file is not the person, it is a lantern you can carry into other rooms. One last fourth wall aside because you keep asking the right question: what happened to the lost girls of the 20th century? Often they were turned into paper by people who cared, and the paper waited for a century that could read it better. Our labor, even in a bedtime voice, is to pronounce the names with all their vowels, to learn the clerk's habits, to check the quiet newspapers, to admit that some lost. We're simply busy building lives outside our favorite catalogs. Close the drawer not to forget, but to carry. Tomorrow, we'll walk into the rooms that hid in plain sight: orphanages, psychiatric hospitals, convents, reform schools, institutions that promise shelter and produce new ledgers, sometimes careful, sometimes cruel, always consequential. Bring your gentlest curiosity. And, if you can, a pencil that leaves a deep groove even when the ink gives out. Chapter 8: The Shadows of Institutions. The day inside an institution begins with a sound you can't buy in a store. Not an alarm, but a bell metal against morning. A circle of noise that gathers scattered thoughts into a line. Footsteps answer it. Keys answer it. The hiss of steam through old pipes answers it. Breakfast smells like porridge and carbolic soap, which is to say it smells like warmth at arm's length. If factories kept time with whistles and highways with mile markers, institutions kept time with routines, and routine is a kind of weather that can make people harder to see. Tonight, we will walk the quiet corridors: orphanages, reform schools, psychiatric hospitals, convents, and the residential schools that took children from their languages, keeping the lens gentle, the tone exact, the ethics tidy. We will ask not what horrors, but what paperwork, what patterns, what names changed hands, and why, how a girl could be both present and, in the archives' careless grammar, lost. Start with the orphanage, that paradox of shelter and catalog. The entrance hall has a plank floor that remembers boots. The office smells of ink, paste, and the starch of ledgers that prefer columns to paragraphs. On a desk, an intake register as wide as a lap, ruled in blue, headed name, date, age, religion, circumstances, remarks. The matron's pen is a low river: Annie, 6 Catholic, father deceased, mother working nights, remarks, slight cough, good appetite. The pen goes on: Prudence, Elsie, Marisol, Keiko, names that will soon be learned by the laundry and the schoolroom, spoken by a dozen voices, until they smooth to a shine. For some girls, the orphanage is way station, placed out to families, returned, placed again. For others, it is home by default. Either way, the register favors clarity over story. When the column 4, remarks, says adopted, the line ends. The person does not. How do girls go missing inside rooms that write everything down? Gently, through renaming and category shifts. A child arrives as Maria de la Cruz, is recorded as Maria Cruz because the diacritic refuses to board. is called Mary in the schoolroom because the teacher's vowels march in a different formation. Later appears as Mari in the letters of a roommate who adores Flair. The adoption decree, in places where sealed records are the law, grants privacy and a new surname while retiring the old to a cabinet whose lock is labeled for protection. The intention is mercy. The effect, decades later, is mystery. She is not lost in the kitchen that learns her laugh. She is lost in the index. The reform school, sometimes called industrial school, training school, or home, was a cross between school, shop, and sermon, designed to correct the world's disapproval with routines. The gatekeeper's ledger feels sterner, admitted. Offense, the word belongs to the century, not to us. Disposition. The offense, in many cases, is poverty wearing a different hat. Incorrigible. Beyond control. In need of moral protection. We will not make a scene. We will show the schedule. Rise, drill, chapel, laundry, sewing, arithmetic, drill again. Lights. A girl stitches a hem that will outlast the file on her. She learns to press a sleeve, to lace a boot, to read a bill of lading skills so practical they can pass for affection. Transfers happen on paper that smells like pencil shavings, to service, to family, to trustee. Status. To another institution if the calendar fails her. She vanishes when she graduates into employment, and the world stops recording her under the school's name. She reappears. In household registers, union rolls, church pews. But only if you know which name to ask for. Convents belong to a different archive parish, order, mother house, and the air in the hallway smells of floor wax and incense, that civilized mixture of penance and shine. A girl joins as Margaret and becomes Sister Mary Immaculata, or Sister Margaret John, depending on the century's naming fashions. The profession book lists dates as beads on a rosary, entrance, reception of habit, temporary vows, perpetual vows, later dispensations or transfers with notes compact as prayers. The habit name can be both hiding and revelation. You say goodbye to one record and hello to another at the same stroke. She is not lost to her community, which remembers her laugh by its pitch and her handwriting by its tilt. She is lost to searchers who think only in civil names and neglect to ask the archivist for the catalogue of religious. Fourth wall aside, many orders guard their archives with hospitality. The question that opens doors is not, "Tell me now," but, "How do you prefer requests?" A civics lesson disguised as courtesy. The psychiatric hospital, as the century called it, had its own dictionaries and clocks. The ward smelled of carbolic, tea, linseed oil, and the faint electrical dust from radios piping in afternoon dramas. A girl could come in for exhaustion, melancholia, neurasthenia, or a diagnosis that reads now like a weather report written by a nervous barometer. Admissions, discharges, Notes. Ate well. Slept. Took air. Calmer. We won't dramatize. We will follow the chart, that layered palimpsest where different hands wrote with different tempers. Discharges to family, service, convalescence, and, sometimes, to address unknown if the world changed apartments while she learned to breathe again. Where did girls become lost? By intent. In some places, behind the respectable curtain of privacy that shaded into secrecy. Where did they become lost by accident? In basements that flooded, clerks who hurried, indexes that alphabetized MC and Mac inconsistently, diacritics that took the day off, hyphens that migrated like birds. The fix is rarely dramatic. It is care. Write the full name, keep two spellings side by side, ask the quiet office for the cross-index, pronounce the person both ways, until the archivist smiles and says, "That one." What rescued them? Sisters with archives, nurses with notebooks, parish secretaries who wrote every child on a feast day in longhand and underlined the ones who needed checking. Teachers who kept grade books for 30 years after they retired because to throw away names felt like rudeness. Alumni reunions organized by women who remember faces like melodies. Graveyard maps kept by sextons who measure not just plots but stories. Laundry lists with initials that turn out to be keys, M. C. 24, Blue Pinafore. Cookbooks, compiled by convents and sold at fairs, listing contributors as Senior M. Francis Street. Anne's, which is a roadmap if you know how to read desserts as addresses. Because we promise to keep this YouTube gentle, we won't walk you down the corridors where sorrow sits on the floor. We will, however, stand at the record room window and admire the indexer's art, the way a patient hand reconciles Margaret, Margarita, Margarita, the way a clerk writes "Nexat" with a flourish to save future strangers a week of searching. We will admire, too, the late century reforms, open records with consent, mutual consent registries, archives taking oral histories, orders publishing necrologies online with more love than bandwidth. The work is not finished. The hour is decent. Before we leave, hold a small object that once held a life, a laundry token stamped #42, the number that followed a girl through wash days, and then stayed in the bottom of a drawer when she married, and turned the number into a charm. Or a holy card with a name penciled on the back in a hand that says teenager. Or the corner of a report card where a sister's comment reads, "Speaks softly, counts carefully, remembers to return books." That line is the opposite of lost. Fourth wall, brief and bright. If you are tempted to narrate institutions as one long shadow, resist. There were shadows. There were also lamps. The question: what happened to the lost girls? Often has an administrative answer. They changed names in a system that tracked roles more faithfully than people. The corrective is administrative too, but with a heart say both names, ask both offices, keep both dates, Listen for the sound of keys and bells and pencils. The instruments that played together make a person findable. Evening now. The bell that began the day closes it. Beds line up like thoughtful sentences. Somewhere, a night nurse writes, "Slept," and means peace. Somewhere a sister douses lamps, one by one, listening for the last footfall. Somewhere a matron writes, "Adopted," in a line of ink that is both boundary and bridge. The corridor breathes in wax, chalk, tea, soap, and breathes out tomorrow. Our next room will be a street again, a march, a meeting, a movement, where girls became women who organized, shouted, typed, voted, picketed, sang, and sometimes disappeared into the footnotes of revolutions they helped build. Bring your sign. Bring your silence, the kind that listens. And bring a pen that can keep up when the chant becomes a roll call. Chapter 9. The Lost Voices of Revolution. Revolutions do not begin with megaphones. They begin with paper that smells like ink and courage, with kitchens boiling coffee at the speed of consensus, with fingers blackened by a mimeograph drum that spins like a small planet under fluorescent light. If factories were measured by whistles and institutions by bells, movements keep time with chants that learn their own rhythm. Call, response, call again. The famous images always show a single face, frame-filling and certain. The real sound is a chorus where many voices braid, and girls, women carry the melody from the copy room to the street and back again. Tonight, we will walk through the century's marches and meetings, civil rights, labor, suffrage, and feminist waves, anti-colonial risings, neighborhood campaigns keeping it YouTube gentle. No injuries, no lurid set pieces. Only the sturdy logistics by which change arrives on time, and the quiet ways a woman can be essential and still misfiled as a footnote. The room where it starts smells like spirit duplicator fluid, that sweet, volatile perfume of purple text. A volunteer, hair tied back with a pencil, feeds stencil to drum, drum to paper, paper to table, stacking leaflets that will become November 12, 6 p.m., church basement, strike vote tonight, bring signs, stay kind. She wears cotton that can forgive stains. She counts by hundreds. She knows the address list by heart and the shortcut through the alley where the dog is only loud. In the far corner, a battered typewriter, its ribbon bilingual in urgency and typos. The typist is a strategist with honest wrists. She decides where bold lives and which verbs sound like a door opening rather than being kicked. Minutes get taken because movements refuse to forget themselves. The minutes, lady title unofficial, authority absolute, sits on a metal chair and writes in the quiet cursive that makes later historians weep with gratitude. Quorum met. Motion by Alvarez. Second by J. Park. She lists committees, signs, snacks, childcare, marshals, media outreach, assigns contact names, and underlines childcare because a meeting without it is a wish, not a plan. Her handwriting will outlast 1,000 headlines. In many archives, it already has. Outside, the street inhales. Cardboard becomes placards, broomsticks, standards. A bus arrives with students whose coats smell like library air and energy. A church van delivers aunties with hats that refuse to bow to weather. The marshals, women in armbands, they're the nervous system, lane discipline, crosswalks, the art of de-escalation by compliment. Love your sign, let's keep it on the sidewalk. The chant leader starts in a lilt that stumbled out of a playground and discovered it could move traffic. The cameras scan for a hero. The hero is the person matching footfall to tempo, checking watches, distributing water, connecting arrival to dismissal without losing a soul. Movements have saints of the obvious. They are usually women. The file calls them logistics. How do these voices go missing in a century that recorded so much? By choice safety, by custom attribution favors the microphone, by paperwork minutes filed under the organization's name, not the secretary's, by renaming maiden name to married name, stage name to legal, noms de plume chosen for solidarity or slyness. By translation, diacritics laid aside for speed, by media habits that prefer the single face to the scaffolding. Organizing. As a verb produces results, not always bylines. Consider the kitchen, the revolution's commissary. A table learns to seat 12 when it should seat 6. A pot learns to feed 50 with the help of biscuits that swell like encouragement. Here, the child care crew, teenagers and elders, often turns a back room into a parliament of crayons. We are baking a future. Someone jokes, and the joke turns literal when sheet cakes arrive frosted with yes. The minutes will say only refreshments by volunteers. Yet the most radical accommodation in any movement is often food, water, and the promise that small hands will be welcomed. The ledger rarely names the bakers. The future always remembers the taste. Let's let the camera step carefully through the canon. In the U.S. Civil rights struggle, church basements, beauty salons, and kitchens were command centers. Some names ring sung by choirs at last. Many more traveled on phone trees, church bulletins, mass meeting programs that listed speakers but not the women who assigned rides, counted plates, walked the petition past the wary and the weary with a smile that deflected. Maybe later. In labor, the picket captain, who learned the rhythm of a gate, start at shift change, end for dawn, call the paper, call the aunties for soup, rarely gets the photo. The sewing machinists who sat down for equal pay printed leaflets that explained the economics better than any lecture. We sew the value, pay the value. In suffrage, street speakers stood on crates like portable stages while a banner sewist in a cold apartment made letters with serifs because clarity and beauty both win arguments. In anti-colonial movements, India, Ghana, Nigeria, the Philippines market women, students, teachers, typists kept the calendars, enforced boycotts, ferried messages on trains where inspection respected confidence as much as paper. We will keep it safe and specific by turning famous into ambient and giving you composites instead stitched from patterns. Private griefs kept private, triumphs shared like bread. Composite 1. The Printer's Apprentice. Lose light by name, stubborn by trade, runs the stencil room in a union hall that smells like coffee and courage. She learned the mimeograph because a strike taught her necessity. Her trick: ink first, arguments second. No one reads a smeared revolution. She files the masters in a box labeled recipes because surveillance doesn't read kitchens. When she marries and her surname expands, the newsletter still credits Luz with no last name because everyone knows who kept the pages straight. Later, researchers find only union newsletter staff and miss the hands that made the verbs legible. Composite 2. The Song Leader. Addie knows 3 chords and every shoulder's exact range of courage. She starts low because fear lives in the high notes. She threads the line between lament and march, calibrates tempo so 100 pairs of feet can agree to be a single drum. The microphone points elsewhere until it needs her to calm a crowd or raise a spine. Then it finds her mouth and forgets her name when it moves on. In the archive, programs listing community singing. In memory, Addie, whose song turned minutes into miles. Composite 3. The Translator. Maria Elena brings the movement into 2 languages, doorstep Spanish, podium English, refusing the flattening that happens when nuance gets rushed. She rewrites slogans so they land with equal grace in both mouths. She trains marshals to point, guide, praise, without condescension. She writes press releases that teach editors to put accents where they belong. Minutes list her as interpreter. History often lists none. When a law changes, it is because 2 languages decided to agree, and she negotiated the treaty. Composite 4. The Market Chairwoman. Mama K runs stalls and rumor with the same precision. When prices bite, she turns the market's social net into a boycott web. No poster necessary. The message travels by okra and onions. When the governor calls for order, she invites him to the shade of her umbrella and educates him in civics, supply, dignity, the difference between concession and respect. The newspaper prints market unrest. The posterity that matters is the song women sing about her on the walk home. Composite 5. The Picket Captain. Nora learns the geometry of a gate, how many signs make a line, how far apart, the choreography of shift change. She assigns chants to soft voices and trains loud voices to count rests. She knows which reporter writes names and which writes metaphors. She prefers the first, respects the second, feeds both data and cookies. In the Union archive, a roll book with Nora listed as captain in pencil, dent deep. In the public imagination, an equal pay headline with 3 men and a quote from a spokesperson. Composite 6. The Radio Voice. June runs a community FM slot at midnight interviews, Calendars. Bring your own chair. Announcements, her voice patient as a librarian at closing time. She spells names twice, says phone numbers slowly, refuses rumor unless it comes with receipts. The show logs vanish when the station upgrades. What remains are tapes in shoeboxes with post-it notes. June Tenant Council, excellent. A housing victory 3 months later belongs in part to a woman on the radio who taught a city how to spell itself. Composite 7. The Banner Suist. Violet can make a phrase visible at 200 feet. She matches fonts by memory, aligns letters by chalk snap, and refuses to put women in a smaller point size. When storms threaten, she waxes thread, so stitches hold like promises. Photographs capture the slogans, captions forget the seamstress. Years later, a museum receives a banner and notes. Maker unknown. Look again at the hem, a name stitched in white on white, visible only when you tilt against the light. We should enter a meeting, not the dramatic one, the usual one. Folding chairs, a chalkboard with a plan nobody erases, because erasure feels like apostasy. A thermos economy, passing hands with the liturgy of pour, offer, thank. A motion to adopt the agenda. Second, discussion, amendment to add childcare again, vote, carried. Then committee reports, legal, logistics, outreach, art, song, food, each a world built out of lists. These names rarely get quoted in tomorrow's paper. They build the stage where quotes happen. Movements create paperwork ecosystems worth our reverence. Petitions circulated by women who know porches, not just doors. Mailing lists on index cards alphabetized by a person who can reconcile MC and Mac in her sleep. Dues ledgers with amounts so small they look like mistakes until you add the column and see faith. Arrest logs kept gentle here that record occupations like teacher, operator, daughter, a vocabulary that says roles are not crimes. Court transcripts, where a woman speaks the sentence that later gets printed on a poster, then finds only her initials in the published record. Church bulletins announcing Union Thanksgiving, neighborhood newsletters notarizing block captains by gossip. These are the breadcrumbs that survive even when headlines wither. Because media loves a tidy frame, the story often closes on a victory photo, a bill signing, a contract inked, a barrier lifted. Women appear second row, edge of the frame, hands visible, smiles working, and captions list 3 names out of 20. Their work migrates into the broader we won, we marched, we changed the law. Just and true, and also an invitation to forget who collected the chairs and returned the key. Our antidote is administrative. Write their names on the back. On flyers, add credit. In minutes, list every role. on websites, archive committees, not just keynotes. This is not ego. It is civic. Across oceans, the pattern holds. In South Africa, women who refused pass laws organized mass petitions, marches, courtyard meetings where babies napped and history practiced whisper volume. In Poland, office workers and shipyard typists became nerve centers, duplicating bulletins that told a nation its own pulse. In Latin America, mothers turned walking in circles into a grammar that states could neither permit nor forbid. They carried photographs as proof, not ornament. In East Asia, students mapped sit-ins block by block, women keeping medical tents, translation booths, lost and found with the radiance of order. In Ireland, kitchen tables became committees that outlasted headlines. In the Philippines, someone kept the snack schedule that holds as much truth as any anthem. Thread this global quilt, and you find the same materials: paper, pots, patience. Bias again, named with care. When credit migrates, it usually moves up to titles and out to microphones, not into index cards and down to dishwater. Race, class, language, immigration status, all filter whose names travel. We can write without scolding and still be exact. A revolution's most transportable labor often belongs to those the archive has trained itself to undercredit. The fix is simple and infinite. Say the names twice, once in the big room, again in the minutes. Spell them properly with accents, with hyphens, with patience. Let's listen to the soundtrack of a movement day, safe and close. Staplers clack like small verdicts. Brushes swish poster letters into certainty. Shoes scuff gym floors during vote counts. Phones ring and are answered. Children laugh from the child care corner, a permission slip for hope. A kettle clicks off and back on. A door opens and someone says, "You're here," good as if the sentence were a password. Fourth wall confession. It's tempting to mythologize the leaderless collective. In truth, there are leaders many, rotating, reciprocal, some with titles, most with calendars. The trick is to archive leadership as a function, not a face. The story of the lost girls of revolution is often a story of abstract nouns. Outreach did, logistics planned, comms announced, standing in for particular hands. Tonight's request is small and actionable. Next time you tell a movement story, list roles the way recipes list ingredients. 2 marshals, 1 song leader, 4 printers, 6 aunties, a dozen students, childcare, snacks, rain plan. Add names like seasoning, not garnish. How do we find them now? Oral histories with microphones placed where the coffee lives, not just where the podium stands. Union archives that keep women's committees in the same boxes as contracts. Church cupboards with binder clips on newsletters. Community radio tapes digitized by someone who loves static. Photographs labeled on the back with a pencil that bites. Programs donated to a local library that refuses to weed its pamphlets because pamphlets are spines. Family stories brought to potlucks where someone writes them down first names, turned into footnotes, turned into finding aids. Technology helps searchable PDFs, scanned scrapbooks, but the first tool is still asking with humility and spelling with care. Evening. The last chant has become a hum. The street remembers itself as traffic. Back in the room of beginnings, the drum is wiped clean. The typewriter's dust cover slips on with a patient hush. The minutes lady caps her pen, tucks the notebook under her arm like a small sleeping animal, and turns out the light. Tomorrow, a different face will address cameras. A bill will acquire amendments like barnacles. A union hall will smell like pizza diplomacy, while a committee reconciles lines. The voice that carried the day will carry childcare at 6 p.m., socks through the dryer at 7, a neighbor's worry at 8 on the phone. History will forget to ask her name if we let it. We won't. We will write it on the back, place it in the file with the agenda, teach the next committee how to credit the kitchen, read the minutes like literature, and keep the diacritics as if they were vowels' birthrights. Tomorrow's chapter will turn the camera toward the public eye television, tabloids, the nightly news, and consider how the frame retold the missing girl story until fear learned to sell itself. Bring your remote metaphorical, your skepticism practiced, and your pencil soft. The show is about to begin. We'll watch it with the sound low and the captions on, so we don't miss the names at the bottom. Chapter 10. Television, Fear, and the Public Eye. The living room glows like a small chapel. It smells faintly of popcorn and warm dust, that electric scent of a cathode ray tube, deciding to be the sun for a family. Upholstery sighs when someone sits. A dog arranges itself into a comma at your feet. Somewhere a kitchen faucet performs a last polite drip. And then the night's voice arrives, a news anchor whose hair never met weather, promising to hold the world still for 22 minutes. If factories tallied shifts and movements stacked flyers, television made a new promise: we will watch for you. The promise felt like guardianship. It also taught a century to fear its own reflection. The camera's grammar is simple: frame, face, fact, feeling. An anchor leans in, lowers the tone, and a phrase becomes ritual. Authorities are asking for your help. The photograph appears: school portrait, graduation shot, a Polaroid with a thumb at the edge. The screen shows name, age, height, eyes. Last seen near. Somewhere a phone bank warms up. Somewhere a producer cues a crawl that spells the surname correctly if the office has learned its patience. The living room responds exactly as designed. Shoulders tilt toward the glow. Someone repeats the name to catch the spelling. A child asks, "Are they okay?" In the present tense, because television keeps time by now. What did this new lens do to the girls who were already missing and the women who were already misfiled? It amplified, simplified, and sometimes misframed. Amplified, a face that might have stayed local now traveled across counties and states in the space of a commercial break. Simplified, lives with two names, two spellings, two addresses were flattened to a single line, a necessity for screens that cannot host nuance. Misframed, television favored the singular, the picturesque, the narratable, often with a bias toward faces that fit a station's idea of audience empathy. Meanwhile, thousands of families put up flyers, called desk sergeants, visited libraries, and organized searches that never met a camera's eye. The public eye is powerful. It is also small. Listen to the room as the 20th century invents a new kind of vigilance. In the 1950s and 60s, families watched news in black and white, the anchor's authority framed by Venetian blinds and a map. In the 70s, color arrives. The colors are too bright at first, like a child's drawing given electricity. In the 80s, television teaches the refrigerator a new job. Milk cartons become little bulletin boards, the breakfast table a search party with cereal bowls. In the 90s, syndicated shows crime reality. Missing person spotlights turn living rooms into low-lit war rooms where America learns the choreography of dread. Lock the window, check the back door, say the password we agreed on. Fourth wall glance. We will keep this YouTube gentle, no gore, no voyeurism, only the media habits that changed how a culture held its children's names. Bias deserves a careful sentence. Which faces traveled? Often those that matched a newsroom's sense of its audience race, class, accent, neighborhood, all acting as secret producers. Girls from reservations, projects, migrant camps, border towns, barrios, and backroads appeared less. Their families carried the weight as they always had. Church announcements, local radio call-ins, union boards, bodega windows with flyers taped between lottery ads and phone cards. Television's compassion was real. Its coverage map was uneven. The result in archives is predictable. A bounty of tapes for some cases, a silence for others. Our remedy, even in story, is administrative. Go find the other tapes, the community station, the Spanish language segment, the tribal radio show at 9 p. Moss. The bulletin board, in the grocery, where names bloom on paper. Television also taught vocabulary. Stranger danger. Amber alert. America's most wanted. Crime watch. The phrases felt like safety rails. Some were organized callouts, coordinated networks, alerts that turned highways into eyes. Others simplified a statistical reality into a chant that sent parents' hearts racing at the wrong angles. We will not lecture the past for believing what screens told it. We will note how phrases shape budgets. A city council that hears stranger danger may fund streetlights and lock programs. One that hears runaway youth uncounted may fund shelters, counselors, jobs. Television framed needs. Policy followed frames. Let's step into a newsroom. Mid-1970s phones with honest cords. Ashtrays repurposed as paperclip bowls. Police scanner whispering in a corner like a nervous god. A producer builds the A block, fire, City Hall, sports victory, human interest segment, a missing person, VO voiceover with photo. The segment lasts 20 seconds, which is generous, in a universe priced by time. A writer types. Last seen wearing. and the copy desk trims it to last seen in to fit the lower third. Every cut is a cost. Off camera, a junior reporter calls the family for permission to use the photo. Consent is a ritual at good stations and practices saying the name twice with diacritics because the anchor's mouth should never be where a second loss happens. The public learned rituals too. Parents pinned information cards in children's backpacks. Schools rehearsed stranger drills with careful euphemism and stickers as prizes. Neighborhood watch signs grew in cul-de-sacs with the quiet confidence of azaleas. Kids memorized code words that a trusted adult would know. Sidewalks acquired buddy systems like little republics. Mall doors printed Code Adam in a font designed to comfort and alarm in the same inch. A child's first wallet held a library card and a photo ID. A teenager's pocket held quarters for payphones and later a pager number that meant call home now. The century braided fear and infrastructure and called it preparedness. We should admit the kindness that traveled by air. Telethons and special segments raised funds, found leads, returned people to kitchens that smelled like lasagna and the good plates you use for relief. Shows with a public service spine. Broadcast age progressed. Photos developed by artists whose pencils did miracles. Gentle extrapolation from the last picture a family had to the face they prayed to meet. Viewers wrote letters in round loops that confessed I think I saw, and sometimes they were right, and the day became holy. TV saved people. It did. It also taught millions to hold strangers in mind for 3 minutes at a time, a civic calisthenic disguised as entertainment. But the camera loves narrative like a cat loves a sunbeam, and narrative can do small violences without meaning to. A producer needs an arc. Life prefers grids and spirals. A family's steady labor paperwork, phone calls, flyers, meetings, check-ins collapsed into a montage, music carrying the weight of what the editor had to cut. The practical miracles the librarian found an address. The secretary recognized a nickname. The union rep called 3 locals rarely made the final. Instead, we met a hero and a moment, and then the next story arrived. Television is a river. Files are lakes. People live in watersheds. Yes, I'm mixing metaphors. That's what nightly news does too. There's a quieter bias rarely named, composure's credibility. Families who could perform calm on camera were met with sympathy. Those who were chaotic accented English, grief that doesn't sit nicely in a chair, anger that points in too many directions were less aired. Community advocates learn to coach, breathe, we'll rehearse the spelling, mention the hotline, hold the photo at shoulder height. If the anchor interrupts, say the name again. Entire informal schools of media literacy grew in church basements and community centers. Their graduates saved time on air for spelling, tips, places to call information that lives past the credits. Now, composites, our ethical way of being specific without borrowing any single family's ache. Composite 1, the nightly call-in. Renee, producer at a local station, builds a 5-minute Thursday segment called Have You Seen? Soft light, no ambient dread, a social worker seated beside her with a folder and a voice that sounds like tea. They feature 3 cases, one recent, one long-term, one update that thanks the community. The station logs 40 calls, most noise, some music. Call #37. A librarian offers a forwarding address from a city directory. A month later, Renee reads a letter on air. Found. Thank you. The segment remains small. Small is the right size for miracles. Composite 2, The Milk Carton Committee. In a union print shop, Miguel and Dottie volunteer to place community bulletins on cartons for a local dairy. They fight for legible fonts, 2 photos, and accents on names. The cartons circulate to break rooms, kitchens, cafeterias. One face is recognized, not in a kitchen, but in a church pantry, where a volunteer says, "That's our new helper's cousin." The pantry calls the hotline. The cousin, contacted with kindness, makes a call that had been too hard. 1 month later, the dairy prints a thank you panel with first names only, and a cake emoji invented by the art department, before emojis existed. Composite 3, The Community Radio Net. Abina hosts a noon hour on a station whose tower hums like a hive. Her community notices. Segment spells Oluwatoyin and Shiomara and Ayana the way their grandmothers do. When TV mispronounces, callers come to radio instead. The station saves cassette tapes, labeled in pencil and humidity. 20 years later, a graduate student digitizes them. 2 names, once misindexed, become searchable at last. Composite 4, The Mall Alert. A store manager hears a call, code Adam, and locks glass doors with a click so discreet it feels like courtesy. Staff fan out. A child is found where children hide, rounder of sweaters, quiet behind a mirror, thumb in mouth, time slowed to jelly. The paw thanks shoppers for patience, hearts return to ribs. The child's name never makes the news. In a spreadsheet in a back office, a manager adds, located. That tiny cell is a civilization. Composite 5, The Accent Mark. A TV station designs a lower third template that finally accepts diacritics. Maria, Zoe, Yelena, Shirin appear correctly. A producer asks why it matters. An intern says, because people answer to their names. Phone calls increase by a margin so small only statisticians clap. Clap anyway. Television also influenced the home lab of memory. Families kept binders with clips, transcripts, broadcast dates, screen grabs so grainy they looked like saints' icons. They learned which anchors asked open questions and which preferred sound bites. They wrote thank you notes to crews who stayed late to fix spellings. They taped interviews not to watch but to prove to a future employer, landlord, judge, we were seen, we are trying. Media became paperwork. Paperwork became ritual. Ritual kept grief from turning into a room with no door. We should say, with care, that fear sells. News directors studied ratings the way meteorologists study barometers. Fear, like low pressure, brings storms. Storms bring viewers. Viewers bring revenue and, altruistically, reach. But fear can unspool into policy, that trains the public to look for vanishing vans while ignoring quiet poverty, family fracture, bad lighting, missing transit, sealed records, those uncinematic causes of missingness that rarely get B-roll. The fix is not to boycott screens. It is to teach them different weather, to air resources and services, to spell shelter addresses, to feature case managers who know how to make a teenager visible without putting her in harm's narrative. Some stations learned. More can. Global echoes. In Britain, Crime Watch balanced reenactments with phone banks manned by detectives whose ties were patient. In Japan, community broadcasts carried school route safety with the choreography of neighbors. In Latin America, telenovelas occasionally smuggled into their plots lost and found arcs that ended in kitchens, not police stations teaching reconciliation rituals to millions without preaching. Across continents, the public eye varied. The household ear was constant. Radios in taxis, market stalls, kitchens on stilts told the news in voices that belonged. The most effective alerts were often the ones that sounded like home. Let's listen to the soundtrack one more time, this time as a tenderness report. The click of a remote shaped like a chocolate bar. The flutter of a newspaper set down just as the teaser plays. The whir of a VCR recording a segment so an aunt in the next town can watch later. The phone ringing and an anchor saying, "Hold, we'll take you," with the gentleness of a nurse. The printer in a station chattering flyers that will be handed to a church usher who knows exactly which row holds grandmothers with phone trees. The quiet after a segment ends and a family breathes out because saying the name publicly felt like opening a window. Break the fourth wall, come closer, we need a sentence that fits on an index card. Television is not the search, it is the loudspeaker at the edge of the field. The search is still people clerks with index fingers on spines, teachers with grade books, nurses who remember faces, bus drivers with routes in their bones, librarians who don't weed pamphlets, neighbors with keys to basements where flyers sleep. Use the loudspeaker, yes, but keep walking the field. Night deepens. The anchor smiles apologetically to weather, to sports, to the small human interest story that heals the pace. The TV cools, glass giving back the room, static making a soft snow you can feel if you touch the screen. A friendly warning from a machine that worked late. Someone turns off a lamp. The house reclaims its shadows. On the refrigerator, a magnet holds a school photo with a name written twice on the back, maiden and married, because a grandmother believes in insurance. Down the hall, child sleeps, the dog resumes its comma, and the living room forgets its glow until morning. Tomorrow, we leave the broadcast era's circuitry and walk into the whispering century. DNA, databases, ghost records, genealogists with laptops in diners, family trees that sprout unexpected branches, and then write invitation letters across time. We will keep the tone soft, the ethics visible, the details practical. Bring a cotton swab metaphorically, a pencil that doesn't leak, and the habit of pronouncing every vowel in a name as if it could open a door, because, at last, it can. Chapter 11. The Age of DNA and Ghost Databases. The room is quiet enough to hear a scanner think. It inhales a page whir, pause, inhale, and gives light back to paper as if it were an apology for the years we stored names in dark drawers. A kettle ticks, unsure if it should boil. A laptop fan hums the same note as a refrigerator. The cursor blinks like a lighthouse saying, "Yes, you may dock here." If factories kept time by whistles and television by theme music, the late century and the early spill of the next keeps time by progress bars crossing screens with the patience of monks. Here we are, at last, in the age where cotton swabs and server rooms begin to answer questions that the 20th century only knew how to ask in pencil. The ritual of it is ordinary on purpose. You open a kit that smells faintly of cardboard and possibility. 2 swabs, 2 tiny vials, instructions with verbs that sound like kindness: swirl, seal, send. At the mailbox, you perform a sacrament disguised as ergonomics: tilt, drop, close. A postal truck becomes a genealogical arc, ferrying cheek cells toward algorithms that grew up on birthday cake and combinatorics. Weeks later, an email arrives with a subject line that is either a whisper or a trumpet, depending on how much sleep you have had. You have matches. The screen fills with centimorgans, segments, shared ancestors. Names appear like constellations finally given their correct myth. Some answers are as simple as "my grandfather had a sister no one wrote down." Others are chorus lines of second cousins once removed, doing math until history claps. Let's not be coy about technique. Reverence doesn't forbid explanation. Autosomal DNA. The time traveler in every cell compares SNPs across databases and returns relationships in a spectrum from parent, bright noon, down to fifth cousin, late afternoon, with weather. Mitochondrial DNA whispers through the maternal line like a folk song that never forgot its tune. The Y chromosome, where present, keeps a surname's stubborn history with all the complications hyphens tried to warn it about. The magic isn't the math. The magic is triangulation, a search angel with a notebook, a social worker with permission, a detective who learned to love footnotes, a librarian who refuses to weed local pamphlets together, reading trees like topographical maps. Branch by branch, a life that once lived inside a phrase-lost girl rejoins the family forest. Meanwhile, ghost databases wake in basements and clouds. NAMUs and kin public ledgers of missing and unidentified standardized fields that used to sulk in manila folders. Names, aliases, scars marks, dental charts, last known addressing. I like that better than address. Circumstances, written with the ethical economy of a telegraph. Volunteer projects collect obituaries, yearbooks, city directories, church rosters, scanning, and OCR-NG until words turn into queries and queries into chances. A librarian uploads an index card from 1957. A parish secretary scans a golden anniversary program from 1974. And granddaughter in 2025 types a name that didn't used to be searchable and finds a Sunday in June where her aunt sold cake at a fundraiser and therefore existed. We should visit the laboratories, but gently, no theatrics, no more glite, only the timbre of care. Gloves snap with the politeness of profession. Labels are prayers, every tube, every slide, named twice, barcoded once, witnessed by a second human whose job title could just be certainty. When identifications happen, when a Jane Doe becomes someone, when a family that has practiced hope learns the different ritual of closure, the room is not triumphant, it is exact. A call is placed, scripted for empathy. A record is updated, so the future will not have to guess. A case number, once the loudest thing in the file, grows quiet to let a name take the melody. But most of this chapter happens outside labs, at kitchen tables, where laptops live, in county libraries, where microfilm still warms under the lamp, in diners, where genealogists spread out, fold out trees between plates, and ask a waitress if anyone in the back knows the difference between MC and Mac. We promise to keep this YouTube gentle, so we'll leave the forensic spotlight to other rooms and celebrate instead the soft miracles of record linkage, a Soundex code that forgives spelling, a marriage license that lists a maiden name with a flourish like a secret set free, a union roll that puts a woman in a city in a month and a year, a church bulletin that thanks Maria with the accent for Lily's on Holy Thursday and thereby preserves the vowel the database kept dropping. Bias, that old travel companion, migrates here too, but we can name it and adjust our searchlights. Databases reflect the volunteers who feed them, the jurisdictions that release data, the cultures that trust the internet differently. Girls from reservations, border towns, barrios, campesino camps, townships, estates, their records often live in local ledgers, digitized later or never, unless someone insists. A remedy. Look where the paper lived in the first place: tribal archives, Spanish-language newspapers, church books that loved diacritics, school registers kept by teachers who believed the full name was a kind of shelter. Ghost databases aren't haunted, they're hungry for names spelled the way grandmothers spell them. Let's collect the age's soundtrack, because memory is audio-visual. Barcode scanners beep, keyboards tick like rain. A mail slot sighs, a server rack purrs behind a locked door. A printer shoves out a tree, whose branches tap a tabletop like fingers drumming aha. In the background, an old film projector from the archive whirs the past, contributing ambient courage. None of this is dramatic. That's the point. The solutions for a century's quiet losses arrive on weekday afternoons and taste like lukewarm tea, gone wholly because you forgot it while saying a name. Composites, because we're careful people, not puzzles. Patterns, not privacy theft. Composite 1. The Search Angel. Lydia volunteers on weekends. Her tools are a spiral notebook with dog-eared corners, a subscription to a genealogy site, and a refusal to be bored by county lines. She begins with 2 cousins who share 280 cm, not much, not little, and triangulates until she finds grandmother Ruth, whose obituary lists 3 surviving daughters, one of whom disappears from public records in 1973 under a married name that reappears in a church newsletter for a town 3 over. Lydia writes a letter on actual paper. 2 weeks later, a phone rings in a kitchen that smells like cinnamon and surprise. The word "oh" can be an aria if you let it. Lydia marks her notebook with a tiny star and bakes brownies she will never stop bringing to libraries. Composite 2. The Librarian of the Ghosts. Mr. Van runs a local history room with the heartbreakingly perfect name Vertical Files. He has 4 file drawers labeled Missing Persons Local, Do You Remember? Obituaries, Loose, Church Programs. He scans during slow hours. He tags with a taxonomy that shows a poet's restraint: place, name, alias, club, union, parish, school, team. When a young woman arrives with a name and shrug, I think she worked at the cannery. He opens the drawer and produces a cannery picnic photo. August 1971. On the back, a name is penned with a heart over the I. The young woman sits down very carefully, as if the chair borrowed gravity. Mr. Fan returns to scanning the Elks newsletter, which he believes is the secret Rosetta Stone of his town. Composite 3. The detective who changed pens. Sergeant. Rosa Jimenez inherits a stack of 1970s files and a desk with divots from other people's elbows. She reads every page because ritual is how you borrow competence from earlier decades. She notices the same diner phone number in 3 witness statements. The diner's been gone for years, but a landline can outlive its owner. The number leads to the niece of a former waitress, whose shoebox contains 16 photographs, one of which shows a girl in a blue cardigan standing by a Nova, with a dent in the door and a license plate the camera caught clean. DMV, microfilm, yes, still gives her one more address, which yields a forwarding address, which yields a letter, which yields a reunion that is quiet and correct. Sergeant. Jimenez updates the file in Namuse, and then, because she is built that way, calls the mother who asked for updates, even after time learned to be rude. Composite 4. The cousins at the diner. Marta and Janelle match at 347 cm and meet in a diner where the waitress pen writes faster than the coffee pours. They bring trees, maps, and an extra napkin for tears they may or may not need. An aunt's story. Your grandmother went west, had a baby, came back, quiet lines up with a rail pass, Janelle found in a trunk after a funeral. Light arrives in steps, surname into city directory, directory into marriage index, index into yearbook, with a face that looks like both of them. They do not rush to knock on any door. They decide to write a letter. They rehearse gentleness and boundaries, the way choirs rehearse breath. At home, Marta's son asks, "Did you find her?" And she says, "We found a path," the most ethical sentence in the language. Composite 5. The database itself. An index learns humility. It used to insist that Mac and MC were different planets. Now it keeps a passport that works in both countries. It used to misplace accents. Now it remembers Maria is not Mario, and that all 3 may live on the same block. It used to accept one date. Now it wears circa like a sensible coat. It has learned to invite variants, also known as, sometimes written, once printed as, because names are citizens with dual loyalties. The index is not a person, but it behaves like a good neighbor, curious, patient, discreet. Composite 6. The ethicist at the potluck. Aunt Beatrice, not an aunt by blood, but by accuracy, stands at a neighborhood potluck and reminds everyone over potato salad and respect that consent is not just a checkbox, it's a temperature. Is everyone warm enough with this? She reminds searchers that DNA may reveal misattributed parentage, old sorrows, quiet decisions that deserve slow conversations. She carries forms for opt-ins, opt-outs, and a list of free counseling numbers, because the archive is not the only room that should have librarians. When a match lights up a screen, Aunt Beatrice is the one who asks, "What's the kindest story we can tell while we confirm the facts?" The table nods, eats, and becomes wiser. Ethics require one more pause. Lean close. For the index card we keep taped to the monitor, people are not puzzles. The 20th century misfiled women. The 20 honest can mishandle them by turning discovery into sport. Resist the drumbeat of viral. Choose letters over posts, calls over threads, quiet over content. Ask permission. Spell correctly. If you must announce, announce with verbs that keep doors open. We are looking, we believe, we are in touch, we will update. The opposite of lost is not found, but held with care. What of the cases that end not with reunions but with accuracy? A grave gets a name, an index entry acquires a diacritic. A birth year moves from 1941 to 1940, and a chain of documents finally agree, and the room relaxes. A headstone can be a page in a book. A church necrology can be a chorus. A land record filed in a county vault that smells like old glue can be the proof a granddaughter carries, like a locket, in bureaucratic conversations you and I will never witness. These are not headlines. They are inheritance. Technology lends new instruments, but the ensemble hasn't changed. Genealogists with stubborn pencils. Clerks who make exceptions because truth asked politely. Archivists who give Tuesday afternoons to strangers and leave with thank you cookies cooling in the staff room. Search angels who build trees not for glory but for the sentence, I think I found her. Detectives who collect no's until they harmonize into yes. Families who keep shoeboxes and stories, and the kind of patience that turns decades into all right, then. Listen as the chapter settles, the tiny pop of a jar that was sealed in 1978, the rustle of a manila folder finally closing, not because anyone gave up, but because the name returned and wants to be used spoken at birthdays, written on envelopes, carved on the back of photographs in pencil, that leaves a groove even after the graphite fades. Outside, the postal truck makes one last pass. Inside, a progress bar reaches the right margin and turns itself into done. The room exhales. Fourth wall, one more question because you always ask the good ones. So what happened to the lost girls of the 20th century? Many lived whole lives under names that paperwork didn't follow. Many were misshelved by systems that loved categories more than stories. Some were harmed. We honor them with work, not words. And some more than you'd guess were never lost at all. They were busy, renamed, relocated, present. DNA and databases didn't resurrect them. They simply pointed to the rooms where they were already saying grace. Tomorrow, we close the ledger gently with a chapter that refuses to slam any door, the ledger of memory. We will talk about how to keep names alive without turning lives into exhibits, how to teach children to label photographs without making an exam of the past, how to practice community so that disappearances find fewer places to hide. Bring a postcard blank, a pencil soft, and the habit you've learned here. Say it on the back. Chapter 12. The Ledger of Memory. Morning lifts the dust motes, like confetti you forgot to throw. The room is ordinary on purpose, a kitchen table with a shallow bowl for keys, a shoebox that smells faintly of cedar and old envelopes, a pencil sharpened to the respectful point that librarians prefer. The kettle begins its quiet sermon. A scanner near the outlet blinks awake. Somewhere, a dog settles into the role of witness. If the century misfiled so many girls under the wrong tab, the work of this last chapter is not to solve history, but to steward it, to keep names from slipping between plank and plank, to make a ledger that is not a prison but a porch. Yes, this is where I turn and ask you something. When was the last time you wrote a name on the back of a photograph? It takes 6 seconds. We can do 6 seconds. Memory begins with breath, and then with pencil. Watch how small acts assemble a harbor. A grandmother opens a tin of negatives. The air tastes like silver and citrus furniture oil, and lays them beside prints, the color of tea. She says a name. Someone repeats it with the diacritic, as if placing a roof on a house. Someone else writes both spellings, maiden and married, because history loves a nickname until it doesn't. The pencil leaves a groove that will outlast the graphite. A child leans on her elbows and asks the very best question in the world. Who is that? The ledger of memory is not a book, not really. It's a choreography, say, spell, write, place, share. Rooms can be taught to remember. Kitchens do it with recipes annotated in the margin. En Maria accent. Saffron only, if on sale, stirred while telling story about the summer of the peaches. Living rooms do it with albums where sleeves cradle faces like layettes. Put an index card in the front that says where this album lived, street, city, language, decade, so the pictures have geography. Churches and union halls and neighborhood centers do it with bulletin boards that dignify photocopy paper flyers, programs, newsletters, thank you notes, and with a drawer labeled keep that nobody is allowed to tidy until the keeper of names agrees. Every place needs a keeper of names. Sometimes she's the usher at the back. Sometimes he's the person who never lets anyone throw away a roster. Make them tea. Ask them how they prefer to be asked. Digital memory has etiquette too, a kind of table manners for the future. File names that begin with the date behave themselves when sorted. Add place, people, event, 1974-06-12, Madrid Maria Gomez, First Communion. JPG. Let your metadata speak in full sentences. Caption with all the vowels. Tags with all the nicknames. Alt text that describes the feeling and not just the hat. Back up like a person who knows accidents happen. 3 copies. 2 kinds of media. 1 away from the house where the kettle lives. And please, for the love of all the grandmothers, let your devices keep accents. Zoe is not Zoe. Jelena is not Yelena, unless she says so. Mari is not a typo. It is a memory of a language anchored to a person. There is a way to make an evening into an archive without saying the word archive. Call it story hour and bribe the room with sticky buns. Put out a pile of photos, a stack of sticky notes, and pens that behave. Begin with easy prompts. Who sat at this table? Who bought the first radio? Who kept the spare key in the sugar jar? Record voices, not just answers. A phone on a folded dish towel will do. If a story skews toward rumor, tip it back with a question that respects boundaries. What did you see? What do you remember hearing at the time? When the night thins, gather the notes into a folder, labeled with the date and the best line anyone said. That line is a finding aid. Someday, someone will need the sentence. Auntie N never trusted clocks after the flood. And the folder will say, here. Institutions, those large rooms we toured earlier, can be invited into this hospitality. Libraries host scan days where elders bring scrapbooks and teens bring patience, and everything gets named before it becomes light. Parishes and temples keep necrologies, loving obituaries that welcome photographs and stories before the paper is folded. Unions keep women's committees and auxiliary minutes with the same devotion they offer contracts. Asked see both. Schools preserve yearbooks and gradebooks. The teacher who wrote, speaks softly, counts carefully, returns books, was practicing a kind of census long before we showed up with our pencils. Ask the clerk for the cross-index, aliases, maiden names, religious names, hyphenated names, performance names. A name is a house with side doors. A good indexer leaves them all unlocked. And then there's the choreography of credit, which movements taught us even when television forgot. When you make a flyer, add a small line, banner by Violet, translation by Maria Elena, childcare by Jay, and Auntie K. When you post a photo, caption the people at the edges. When you tell the story of the strike or the march or the reunion, include the minutes lady, the usher, the bus captain, the church cook. It looks like fussiness. It's actually returning borrowed names to the ledger they built. Fourth wall nudge, do you feel, as I do, that credit is a form of warmth? Good. Keep turning up the thermostat. What about privacy, that necessary window shade? The ledger of memory has shutters and a latch. Ask consent the way you'd pour tea, steadily, warm, with space for no. If DNA led you to a door, knock with a letter, not a post. Practice slow revelations. Some facts arrive like daylight gradually, kindly. Keep opt-outs as carefully as you keep signatures. Teach kids that not every story is ours to tell, but every name spoken with respect is a chore we owe the house that kept us dry. There will be times when a community must hold absence with formality. Do it tenderly and out loud. A vigil where names are read in the correct alphabets. A bench under a tree with a brass plate that lists both versions of a surname. A page on the community website that says, "We are still looking," and updates without melodrama, dates, places, contacts, the grace of accurate adjectives. Each of these is a ledger line that says present tense, even in uncertainty. You think this is small? Ask anyone who has waited what it means to see a name in print without errors. Children, bless the conspirators of continuity, make the best archivists if you let them play at it. Give them the label maker. Watch responsibility bloom. Turn. Who's that? Into a scavenger hunt with crumbs of truth for prizes. Teach them to pronounce Grandma's city the way she did. Let them write it on a post-it and stick it to the globe. When you pack a lunch for a school trip to the local museum, tuck in a note. Ask the guide who writes the labels. When they come home and say, "A person like Miss Howell at the library writes them. Not as if the world has just confessed its method, because it has. Between us, the first time a kid uses a diacritic correctly, the air gets better. We have learned, across chapters, that names hide in objects. Keep an eye out. Stitch initials into quilts and write them down elsewhere, because quilts wander. Pencil names into the margins of cookbooks. Recipes travel by marriage, the way surnames do. Slip a card into the case of a violin, with the names of the hands that played it. Tape a photocopy of a yearbook page into the back of the yearbook itself. Do not trust a spine to hold everything. Write a note inside a pocket mirror. Who bought it, for what occasion, what it saw. The opposite of lost is labeled. And when the internet asks for content, decide what to feed it. Scan what you will, but keep the originals in places where light is careful and boxes have sleeves. Upload with captions that lead to rooms that answer archives, church offices, union halls, tribal registries, community centers, not just to your inbox. If you post a flyer from 1978, tag the organization so a future volunteer finds the trail and the phone number that still works. The web is a river. Seeds germinate on banks. Make banks. You want a checklist? We both do. And we'll smuggle it inside a paragraph so it still feels like story. Say the name aloud once with all its vowels. Write it where the photo sleeps. Note variant spellings. Include nicknames. Add places and dates. Keep a simple index. Back up your files. Credit the kitchen. Ask permission. Bring cookies to the archivist. Save the program. Teach the children. Honor accents. Label the ribbon. There, a dozen doors in a single hallway. Open any two, and you'll feel the draft of the past moving toward you like a friendly weather system. What, finally, happened to the lost girls of the 20th century? Many of them did not vanish. They changed rooms. They grew into names we didn't think to look under. They moved to towns our maps mispronounced. They worked shifts whose clocks didn't keep their own minutes. They joined orders that preferred virtues to surnames. They marched and typed and ladled soup and never stopped being central just because the camera wandered off. Some were harmed those chapters we touched with care and left with lamps lit. Some were found by radio, by receipts, by the kindness of a clerk who chose to turn one more page. All of them taught us to keep better books, not accounts of money, but accounts of belonging. So we end where we should, at the table that smells like tea and paper, with a pencil at the ready, with a stack of photos and a bowl of names waiting to be placed gently in the right mouths. Outside, evening collects itself. A bell from somewhere you can't see suggests that days have edges. The dog makes its last small circle and sleeps. You pick up the first photograph. You write two names, hers and yours, because memory is a duet. You add the place, the kitchen with the yellow clock, and the year, even if it's approximate, even if you have to say, circa the way a seamstress says, let out. You turn the picture back over. The face looks less fragile now. The ledger of memory is open. It was always open. We're simply learning how to write in it together. And now, lights down, one last aside as the credits climb. Keep the ribbon in your pocket. Not as evidence of a disappearance, but as proof of presence, of mornings made punctual, of hair tied back for work, of girls and women, aunties and sisters who left rooms better than they found them, and sometimes forgot to leave a forwarding address. We will do the forwarding for them. Say the name. Spell it right. Hand it to the next set of hands. Then sleep, easy as paper, knowing the book is on the table and the pencil points home.